I guess the first thing I'm going to say, thank you for wearing your masks. We are enforcing mask wearing indoors, and if you are not comfortable wearing a mask, you are able to listen to the meeting outside. So I'm going to ask everybody in the room to please wear a mask or listen to the meeting outside. And we begin our meetings with a moment of silence, so please join me. Please rise for the flag salute. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, roll call. Councillor De La Grange.
Here.
Lovelace. Here. Fraser.
Yes.
King.
Here.
Pell.
Here.
Riker.
Here.
Collins.
Here.
Ogier.
Here.
All present. We're going to start off tonight with a special presentation from a team of physicians and staff from Asante Three Rivers Medical Center, here to give us a public health update about the status of COVID in our community. And I want to welcome Wynn Howard, the CEO of the hospital, to get things started.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You know, I should have learned that from Monday, but you know, I'm a slow learner. That's really not a good thing, so.
You have more important things on your mind, too.
It's a little bit of a blur. Thank you all for allowing us to be here. We really appreciate it. We appreciate your service to the community, all of you. And things are changing, ever changing, and so I have a couple of things to share. Did you get the packet? I did email the packet out. Okay, I want to make sure that you all had that because I think you were interested in some of the information.
I forwarded the email, yes, but it was this afternoon.
Yes, it may not have been timely on my part, but I wanted to make sure that you had the information. So I'm once again joined by several of my colleagues here that have agreed to come and speak to us this evening and kind of share the crisis that we're in. It's definitely in a healthcare crisis. Matter of fact, things have gotten worse since we've been here on Monday, and it really breaks all of our hearts to share that with you. Sadly, Oregon is now one of the 7 states in the country that has seen their hospitalization rates increase significantly since the COVID surge this winter. Oregon has now surpassed over 900 hospitalizations in our state. That is not something we want to be known for. Just as a reminder, Jackson and Josephine County, we had 32 COVID hospitalized patients on July 22nd, July 29th. We had 62 on Monday. We had 165. Today, we have 185. These are not good numbers. These are not the direction that we want to go. And it's very, very concerning. I also heard earlier yesterday from the County Public Health Department that the rate of hospitalizations in our region here is 3.66 times that of the Portland region. So we're experiencing a very significant surge, and the hospitalizations are very, very high. And it's very, very concerning. And in my 25 years in a leadership position within healthcare, I've never experienced anything like this. It breaks my heart to see this happening in our community. This is our community. This is about community, and we are in a very dire situation. So I've asked many of my colleagues to be here, and I'm going to now introduce Laura Magstedt, who is our Vice President of Nursing for Asante Three Rivers Medical Center.
Thank you, Wynn, and thank you all to the council for having us again. We very much appreciate it. So as Wynn mentioned, the situation has unfortunately worsened. We're very sad and distressed to stand here and tell you that, and in a couple of key ways. So we continue to have very high rates of patients waiting in our emergency room for inpatient beds. So it ranges anywhere throughout the day from 12 up to 20 patients a day waiting for beds because our inpatient beds are completely full. As of today, our occupancy is 114%. So that means we have exceeded, again, vastly exceeded the number of beds that we have. And we continue to work very, very hard. The team is absolutely doing everything possible to create space wherever we can find it to safely care for patients. We have 60 patients that are admitted into the hospital today that have COVID-19. 94% of all of our admitted inpatients are unvaccinated as of today. Probably the most concerning thing that has happened since we were here on Monday and spoke with you is that yesterday, our 12-bed ICU became a space for, as of this moment, 17 patients. And you may ask, well, how can a 12-bed unit have 17 patients in it? And that is because we are having to put 2 patients in one room. And so literally we have dividers, like cloth dividers. I was up in the unit today, in between those patients in this small space. And so this really is because the entire intensive care unit is all COVID positive patients, and we just purely don't have room. And so there's 2 patients in many rooms. 100% of those patients are unvaccinated as of today. From a med-surg perspective, and you think about the patients that are in the hospital in totality, right now, 50% of our inpatient volume are COVID positive patients. And then when you think about the other 50%, there's 27 patients today in the hospital that are waiting for placement outside of the hospital. So they need long-term care, they need skilled nursing, they need to go home with home health, they need to have hospice services. So 27 of those beds are being occupied by patients that need care outside. They can't just go home. And so we've had, across Asante, about 20 deaths in the last 30 days. Oh, sorry. Didn't realize that we were...
I'm not very good at technology, as you can tell.
Well, so we'll talk about this graph. So this is just graphically represents some of what Wynn mentioned. So if you look at June 1st, we had 3. This is 3 hospitalized patients with COVID at Asante Three Rivers Medical Center, and you can watch how that line has increased. So the end of July, we had 16. As of yesterday, there was 72 yesterday. This data is 1 day old. And so you can see the increase there has been dramatic, has been very dramatic, and then therefore very taxing. So this is what I described to you. Actually, even a couple of those numbers are a little different now from when I created the slide this morning. So the borders are those patients that are waiting for an inpatient bed. I believe when I left the hospital, there were 17 rather than 11. And then the medical surgical, where it says 33 of 85. Since I created this slide this morning, before I left the hospital, it was just about 40, I believe, of the 85 beds for our medical surgical acute care were COVID positive patients. And then the predictive modeling, so we work with, so OHSU is one of organizations that does predictive modeling around the surge. There are others that we look at, but they've all basically said the same thing, which is the red line is sort of where we've been. And you can see we're on that up slope there, but unfortunately we're early in the upslope. And so if you look at the peak, we are still weeks away from the predicted peak. And honestly, it makes me a little nauseous to think about what that will look like for us, for this community, knowing that our resources are, that our hospital is well over full, as I mentioned, 114%. We're already putting 2 patients in an ICU room together, and we are at the beginning. And so the next few weeks are going to be extraordinarily challenging for our community and for our hospital and for all of our healthcare providers, our physicians and nurses, and all the other members of our team.
Sorry to interrupt you. The x-axis on your graph there is a little difficult to see here. Can you say general dates about that approximate peak and theoretical return?
Yep, so the peak is slated for sometime, the window is September 4th to September 9th, is what we're hearing at this point based on the modeling. And so then it would be a downslope probably over the next month-ish. So, yeah, thank you. Yes, sir.
So is that decline of the peak, how comfortable do you feel in that rate of decline and the rate of increase? You think it's going to decline that fast?
Well, I don't honestly know. I might look to some of my colleagues, Dr. Frost or others might have a better idea about that. But, the modeling was created, right? They take all the different models across the country and across other countries that have experienced the Delta variant.
Sure.
And my understanding is that they're looking at this predictive modeling based on all the data we have and all the data from others around the world that have experienced this. And then they look at our local data and then we're able to do some predictive modeling. So it has been a pretty extraordinarily fast rise, which is exactly what we've seen, and then a decline. It will, how fast the decline occurs will depend on many factors.
So it seems like the horse is kind of already out of the barn, because if you get your vaccination tomorrow, what is it, 30 days to be effective? So that'll
Yes.
be on the decline already,
Yep.
if this is accurate.
Yep.
Yeah.
We certainly would encourage people to be vaccinated. I don't
Sure,
want that, I mean,
sure.
while it may not help us this week, it will absolutely help us long-term, and we would absolutely, but yes, to use
The
your
peak's
term,
going
the
to
horse
happen
is
no
out of the
matter,
barn.
if
Like
everyone went out and got vaccinated tomorrow, the peak would still happen.
yes, yes. Now, masking and social distancing, right, that helps prevent the spread. And so masking and social distancing is something we can do right now to continue to try to help make a difference in that. Any other questions for me? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nicole Cowley. We met on Monday. I'm one of the medical directors of the hospitalist group and the vice chief of staff currently for Three Rivers. Just to kind of go over some of those stats that I felt were really compelling that Laura had just mentioned. So the typical inpatient volume, again, is 65% occupancy. And again, we're over 100% occupancy. So our typical occupancy is what we're staffed to tolerate. So it's definitely, a stretch for the over 100%. Again, we're creating more beds, 17 COVID patients and 12 ICU beds. It's a big stretch. Today, I just want to go through a little bit about what my typical day entails in the hospital. So through this pandemic, we've received an email every day saying the amount of COVID patients in the Sante system and at Three Rivers. We've seen the number grow at Three Rivers from 16 the end of July to 72 just yesterday. Throughout this pandemic, we've had one rounding physician at Three Rivers, one of the hospitalists that will stay in the COVID unit. And we've seen COVID patients throughout this pandemic, but it's ranged from 0 to now we have 3 providers seeing COVID patients daily, and they're seeing about 15 to 20 COVID patients. The age range of these patients ranges from their 20s to their 80s and 90s. On my list today, I was rounding in the hospital and I saw primarily patients in their 40s. So it definitely affects younger patients. We're seeing younger patients with less comorbidities presenting sicker than we have in the past. Patients are unable to breathe for fear of running out of breath. They're afraid to move. One of my patients told me recently he was afraid to roll over in his hospital bed because he didn't want to lose his breath. Let's see. Patients, it depends if they're all improving at a different rate. There's no way to predict how fast someone can improve. Young patients, we see improving slower than older patients. There's no way to predict. Just yesterday, I had someone who presented to the hospital requiring just a couple liters of oxygen, and within hours, they required, over 10 liters of oxygen, which is a significant amount. Treatment options are very limited, and this makes physicians and patients feel helpless at times. We've had difficult conversations recently regarding triaging patients and triaging machinery such as BiPAP and ventilators. Patients are dying. We've seen 20 deaths within Asante within the last 30 days, and 4 deaths yesterday alone at Three Rivers. So that's really what I wanted to emphasize today. Is there any questions that I can answer?
Question, Vanessa?
Just to make the triaging portion abundantly clear, that is essentially choosing, if services and resources become scarce enough, who has the best chance of survival, correct?
Correct. Yes, and we did have to have this conversation just yesterday with limited amounts of high flow oxygen and limited amounts of BiPAP available for, we need more equipment than we have for the patients that we have right now. So we do need to continue to have those difficult conversations about who has the highest likelihood to survive in order to use that equipment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello again. Good evening. I just want to say thanks to giving us this time to get this public message out. I think it's super important already, but just with us coming and talking at several of these, we've gotten some positive feedback, and I see a response from the community. I think people will rise to that challenge when we get the information out there as we need to. So we've already seen an increase in vaccination rates, which will help prevent rebound curves. If we see rebound where we kind of see it fall off and then we see the rise again, because that can happen in these kind of scenarios when you're talking about a pandemic and a widespread disease process like this. My name is Chris David, in case you don't remember, and I'm the Emergency Department Director for Asante's Three River. I will not emphasize a lot of the numbers because I think you've heard lots of them, but just know that we're still boarding quite a lot of patients, and it does inhibit what we can do in the emergency department. I also want, though, you and the public to know that we still are and able to treat those acute emergencies. So if you are having symptoms that may be representing a heart attack or stroke, please come see us. We will treat you, and we still have that capability. It hasn't gotten to that point yet, but we are all fearful of that. And it is more difficult to treat those patients, and there are longer wait times, but we still have those capabilities. So don't wait at home, because the sooner we get to you, and when you're having one of those events, the better. We are managing, and I want to put out a strong amount of kudos and amazing appreciation for the staff at Asante, because they step up to this. And that's across the entire organization. That's from administration all the way down to the techs that scrub the beds and clean for us, and everyone in between. It's been a tremendous amount of effort, and so when we are having those crises where we're running out of equipment, they have stepped up to find the resources we have needed to this point in time. Hopefully we see this start to peak and we don't have to continue to fight for those resources as we have so far. We'll just have to see how it plays out. And the best things we can do are still get vaccinated if you haven't been vaccinated already, wear those masks, and take some precautions.
I have a question real quick, Joel. I've seen a number of comments online where people say that we're having breakthrough cases and that people can still get COVID despite having been vaccinated. So what's the argument for why they should get vaccinated?
So it's well known that it's not 100% effective, and in fact, nothing in medicine is 100%. Nothing in life is 100%. So you don't have something that's perfect, it just doesn't exist. And that's any treatment medicine can offer, period. This is another one of those scenarios. So when you're talking about something that's in the 90% effective rate, that's amazing actually for medicine. That's a really effective treatment, but it does not mean that everyone will be able to avoid the disease or the problem or the pathology. And so you will see some breakthrough cases of people that are vaccinated and that have the disease. Not only have they shown, though, that it's less severe and you have less chance of needing oxygen support and ICU care, we see that anecdotally day to day when I'm working in the emergency department. So I see patients that have been vaccinated, and majority of those I can send home. I don't have to put them in the hospital. They don't need that kind of care. And it's a different story for the unvaccinated. It has a massive amount of protection, even if you get the disease when you are vaccinated.
Thank you. Joel?
So we just confirmed that the vaccinations will not affect that peak because they won't be effective till afterwards, but it will affect any subsequent peaks that can come down. So I got vaccinated, and there's some people that choose not to get vaccinated. I found it interesting that given the situation that we're in, we have this peak coming. There's other tools, public health tools that haven't been considered. And so I looked at what Australia and New Zealand was doing, and I'm not sure I'm advocating that because I'm not a public health expert like you are, but they are now confined to their home except for essential services in Australia and New Zealand. And there was some fear, economic fear, that other Western democracies were going to follow suit. Do you have any comment on that? I mean, that would make a difference in that curve in the next 4 weeks.
Hugely.
Vaccinations won't, but that would.
It's extremely difficult to have that predictive modeling and say, hey, this is exactly what we need to do to prevent that spread. I think that's why you hear so much about masking, is because it's a simple and proven effective, easy thing to do. So it's something we can do when we're in close proximity to each other for reducing aerosolized spread. That's as much as I can really comment on it, because there are thousands, if not tens of thousands of variables that go into every other scenario, and it's extremely difficult predictive-wise, but it's a simple thing that we can recommend that makes sense, and it does work. More data coming out weekly that shows this has been effective, depending on timing, and there's a lot of variables in there, but still, it is simple and easy to do.
Rick?
On the long-term haulers, I realize the percentage is fairly low. Is there a difference between the regular long-term haulers now and the variant? Is the variant producing more long-term haulers?
I don't think we know yet, all honesty. As far as the Delta variant is concerned, it hasn't been around long enough to show, hey, what is the long-term effect? Like I said, in our community, we don't know, because we're really just seeing this thing peak and spread in the last 2 months. So we don't know what those long-term haulers are going to look like. I couldn't tell you any more than that. Wish I could.
Rob?
Yeah, thanks. So you mentioned the Delta variant, and I guess just from what I've read, it's almost like if it walks like a dog, talks like a dog, or quacks like a dog, et cetera. So we're assuming, I guess, that it's here. Do you know, does Asante or do any other testing facilities in Josephine County test for what variant someone has?
The initial test is looking if it's COVID or not, and that's all it's looking for. But there are samples that are sent off to see what percentage is a Delta variant. And so those actually have more detailed laboratory evaluation. And it has been shown that the majority of what we're seeing now is Delta variant.
So majority, but...
I couldn't tell you if that was 95% or I don't know if any of my colleagues may be able to. But that's what we've seen from our laboratory. And in fact, Sergey from our lab probably could have taken it.
Over 80%.
Over 80% being the Delta variant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Stephen Marshak. I'm a pediatrician at Siskiyou Pediatrics, and I'm affiliated with Three Rivers Community Hospital as an admitting physician. So obviously, I'm here today to talk about the pediatric side. I feel for my partners and colleagues who work for the adult population because they're really being hit hard. My wife is a hospitalist over at Rogue Valley Medical Center, and I did ask her to see if she can come, but she's working very hard. And, some things that she discussed that Dr. Callie had mentioned, she wrote down a list of stuff for me to talk about. And some of this is a little outdated, so, this was a couple of days ago. But for Rogue Valley, what my wife talks about is the ICU, all 16 beds are COVID. The IMCU, all 12 beds are COVID. The medical floor, 6 tower, all 36 beds are COVID. Ortho and neuro floor, 5 tower, 12 out of the 36 beds are COVID. Medical patients are now being on the obstetrical floor because there's not enough patients, not enough beds for other patients. Things that Dr. Callie talked about, these patients require increased assistance to move. These patients are very sick. It's really trying. My wife's working really hard over there. I've been very fortunate. Pediatrics has been spared. in some way. We are seeing a lot of the mental health effects of COVID. Our kids are depressed, our kids are anxious. I see that every day. It's really hard not to see your kids go to school. And I will say that how do we get our kids back to school? Okay? It's through vaccination and it's through social distancing and masking. That's how they're going to stay in school. Okay? That's how we're going to prevent them from having all this emotional baggage. I'm sorry. I have a lot of data. The medical side is getting bad too. Since the end of July, there have been 1,800 kids hospitalized with COVID. That's a 500% increase than previously seen. Last study I saw, they're 2 times more likely to be hospitalized. We currently are seeing, we have 2 patients who have been admitted to Rogue Valley Medical Center who are in there because of hypoxia, low oxygen. That is being seen all around the country right now. All the southern states, you read about the pediatric hospitals, they're getting inundated. 10 to 15% of all the positive cases in the population are pediatric patients right now. From the previous week, there was a 71,000 to 93,000 increase in COVID positive rates for kids, which was an increase in 31%. 0.2% of the cases require hospitalization, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you have that many kids getting hospitalized, it's a big deal. And with that, a third are requiring the ICU and 5% are on the ventilator. Kids do pretty well, but there are consequences. You've heard about the multi-inflammatory system, potentially multi-inflammatory system disease. This is a really scary disease. I've had 2 patients have it. Both have been shipped up to the ICU. Needed dopamine to maintain their pressures, to maintain their blood pressure. One of the first patients I had was in shock, kidney failure, liver failure, encephalopathic, meaning his brain's not working. He was saying delirious things. We got him on pressors, we intubated him. He got shipped up to Portland, was ventilated and sedated for 6 days. I don't know how he's doing now because of HIPAA. I can't follow him. He wasn't a patient of mine. Another patient I got consulted with my last time in the emergency room. Physician called me. I reviewed the chart, run over it, and I realized this child is going to have multi-inflammatory system. He got chipped up, was started on dopamine to maintain his blood pressure, was in the ICU as well. 10% of all patients, including children, develop long COVID. It's a lot, okay? They have long-term mental effects from this. Luckily, only at the current rate, 0.03% are fatal. The Delta variant is a different disease. It's not the same thing that we saw a year ago. Kids are getting sicker, there are more of them, and we have fewer beds in the hospital, fewer pediatric opportunities to care for them. Like I said, what do we do about this? Like I said, it's vaccination. I do believe the vaccine's safe. Historically, if there is immediate and long-term side effects, it occurs within a 6-week period with all vaccinations. We have had millions of people get vaccinated at this point, and for the most part, the side effects have been very, very minimal. There have been some reports about cardiac issues. It's still very low. 67 per 1 million vaccines, so very low. Not that that's good, but the children usually resolve and do okay following their recovery. Masking works. It does. There's plenty of studies out there that show it works. Why is it important for me to wear my mask? It's for me to protect you, okay? It's not for me to protect me, although it does do that somewhat too. I think as citizens and people who care about others, we should all do this, okay? Even if it only worked 35% of the time, which I'm sure it works much more. One study decreased healthcare infections by 70%, okay? But we should do this because we care about each other. A comment about the vaccine. It prevents 99% of significant COVID illness. So if you get the vaccine and you had the second dose and it's 2 weeks out, you are going to be safe, almost certainly. A couple of things that were brought up after our meeting yesterday with the county commissioners. I agree with them. If you're sick, you shouldn't be out, you shouldn't infect others. But that's not all that you should be doing. They're wrong that they should be promoting masking and social distancing, okay? And we need to do that and step up to the plate to keep our family safe, our friends safe, and our children safe. That's what I have to say. I don't know if there are any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Marchek, for the reminder that people who are in the hospital are very, very sick. It's a serious thing. Joel?
Can you hear me with my mask
Sure.
on? Yeah, you can. Okay. Vaccinations, I was thinking of my grandchildren. Below a certain age, they're not available. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the expectation then on people that are listening, below the age of 10? 12, you don't get vaccinated.
They have the only things that we can do for them is the social distance and mask. They don't have any other options to protect them.
Okay, but then, so like my teenagers, and they've already been vaccinated, but I got several that are below the age of 10, and Judy says they can't get it.
They can't get the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, no. Currently, no.
Rob?
Yeah, hi, thank you for coming. As I guess, doctors, or specifically, you're mentioning some data about the myocarditis or pericarditis, or maybe the combination. You probably know far more about this than I do. It was last week or the week before, Journal of American Medical Association, Dr. George Diaz, actually said that, and they sounded like they did some pretty thorough data gathering, that the myocarditis, actually the cases are a significant number, or much greater than what they had thought. But that's, my question is that, let me put this together. So as I've gotten older, I value much more the doctor-patient relationship. I mean, when I was young, basically, I never needed a doctor, and as I've gotten older, I realized I'd like to see a familiar face, someone who knows me, someone who may know my history, etc. So when you have parents come to you who are considering the vaccine for their young or middle teen or something like that, and they want to know, gee, risk to benefit ratio, like, where do you go for numbers to be able to quantifiably give them, geez, you cited some numbers on the myocarditis stuff. They might be a little bit, I don't think that they actually reflected what the Journal of American Medical Association report said, but where do you go for numbers? Where do you get those numbers so that you can help your patients and help them give them enough information so they can give you informed consent when they want to do something? Where do you get the numbers?
Sure. I would like to use the CDC, but I know there's a lot of people who don't trust that information. American Academy of Pediatrics, an independent group, a board of physicians, very intelligent. I would say probably the board is probably much more intelligent than I am. Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is an exceptionally strong medical program, and I refer them to their website as well. And that's where we'll get information. But for my information, yeah, I will go to the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Journal of Pediatrics.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess, one thing that concerned me when I was reading the data in the Journal of American Medical Association is that they actually didn't test any of the, none of the test subjects were actually below 26 years old, and that seems to be in the lower age range where the myocarditis is, and they weren't even tested. And I guess because these are groups that were excluded from, from the trials. They didn't test kids under 18. They didn't test COVID recovered kids. And why this is, kind of intense with me is I had a 20-year-old fit nephew who's COVID recovered, and without doctor-patient relationship, got vaccinated at a drugstore or whatever, a pharmacist, and of course, and 3 days later, ends up rushing himself to the hospital with chest pain and the whole deal. And I'm just thinking, the numbers just aren't out there for the people who aren't in the trials, and that's what scares me. And I know that you want to do the best for your patients, and I want to get the best information I can when I go to my doctor. And now you're saying that that's at least one place where you have data that you can reliably trust, and I appreciate that. because it just doesn't seem like on some of these age groups and some of these subsets of people that there's really been any testing, you know? So anyway, I'm glad that you have a way that you can help your patients.
The information that I'm aware of is that the risk of some of these side effects is more severe getting the illness than it is from getting the vaccine. You're at a higher percentage. But like I said, I think that the Delta variant is a little different than the original strain. You know, kids are getting sicker. We're going to see what happens. You know, we might see more inflammatory, multi-inflammatory system disease. You know, like I said, we're only just over a year into learning about this disease, and I think that's been some of the problems that we had. You know, people have made recommendations, physicians have made recommendations that maybe haven't been entirely accurate, but we're dealing with, you know, we've had the ability to study measles for decades. You know, we are just learning about the disease. It's such a new disease. You know, I think being cautious is going to be our best bet. I want my kids in school. Now, that doesn't mean I don't want, I want my kids in school. Their education is going down, their social skill set. You know, I don't want to bring my daughter into this because she would really be disappointed in me and disgusted. But, you know, it's a big deal.
Thank you, yeah. Having a daughter the same age, I understand. All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, new face, Eston Yang. I'm a general surgeon, also a public health degree. I'm taking Scott Nelson's place. I have more hair than him, so we thought it'd be better. Just kidding. So 2 things. I know we've talked a lot about data and the current status of the hospital, and I know that there's been a lot of conversation over just COVID for a year and a half, and we're all probably exhausted by it. I just want to talk about 2 things today. One is this graph. And so part of my public health degree, I did help with the modeling for our curve in Asante, and it's kind of overwhelming. You come in, all these new data variables coming in. You're supposed to give a very nice projection of things, but all your information is slightly uncertain. And have any of you done statistical modeling before? Okay, cool. It seems like all pretty when you get this graph up there, but if you look at variables and all the different things that go into it, it's like you have a recipe, but then they say you can have like a cup of flour, or maybe half, or maybe a cup and a half. And you do that for every element in your recipe, and like, good luck. It's all gonna look garbage. Everyone will interpret differently. So there's a lot of uncertainty what we had before, and so I think that bred a lot of distrust in the public. We're like, well, we saw this graph in the newspaper, but the graph's a lot flatter. Why did that happen? Can we still trust you or not? We're getting more information for the different curves, and you can see the graph is ugly. It's like jaggedy, it doesn't really go up and down in a nice pretty way. A lot of the real-time stuff that factor into the graph and the way it changes is things that you talked about. We had a graph that had all these basic assumptions. When we shut things down, how did that affect it? You had vaccines, how does it affect it? You had a county fair, how does it affect it? A big event, these sort of things, and you can't project that when you make a graph. And so you have all that stuff and you get a really weird looking graph. So I would say that hopefully, as we're going up that slope, it'll just kind of plateau off and look ugly and go back down. But it may not. It may keep going up. It may linger on depending on how things go. We have schools opening soon. How will that affect stuff? The Delta variant, what are we going to do with this? So I would say that as we think about that, and if this graph doesn't follow that beautiful curve, if it looks kind of jaggedy and whatever, where we're at now is still higher than we were ever in the last year and a half. So the point is, even if we don't go up anymore at our current status, if it plateaus and just goes flat and goes back down, we are already over 100% capacity. We have a backlog of all these surgeries that we need to perform. I have patients call me every week wondering when we can go back, and we can't because we as a system are already taxed. And the second thing I just want to appeal to is the idea of empathy fatigue. So as a surgeon, we work long hours, and in our training, you do these 30-hour shifts. For me, from 3 to 5 a.m., I got really tired, and no matter what happened, I had a hard time caring. I was just tired. I just want to sleep no matter what. So I found myself, if anything bad happened during those 2 hours, I had to make a mental check to say, hey, you are inclined to ignore everyone and just go to sleep, because I don't care about anybody. But you have to fight that. And I think as part of our training, it's helpful because it sucks. But you learn that emotional training to recognize that fatigue and learn how to draw out the empathy and do the right thing even if you don't want to. As we look at the public and you look at this nasty graph and how we've been talking about COVID nonstop, Facebook's been flooded. That's all we talk about. People are very sick of it, and that's been going on for like a year and a half now. Unfortunately, it's like you're at the end of a very long day. People made you pull an all-nighter. You work another long day. You're about to have dinner, but you can't because all of a sudden you have to do a lot more work, and you have no more emotional reserve to care anymore. I think we're seeing that a lot in our community. People are really grumpy. They're all about, what about me? What about me, my rights? I get it. We're all tired. We're all angry. And no one's very happy right now. But I think the reality of it is where we're at right now, it's still the worst that we've ever been. And this is where we need the most empathy and to use these decisions that say, how can I alter my lifestyle now to help people I may not even know? This isn't some theoretical thing of people across the country, someone on your Facebook feed. These are our town. It's not a very big town. And we have a lot of folks in our community who are suffering. And it'd be nice if we could all drop in the empathy, whether it be making a decision to get a vaccine, maybe risky, maybe nervous about it, but that's a step to help other people, sure. If that means canceling weekend plans, not going out and hugging everybody, those sort of things, that might be helpful. And who knows, maybe we can make that curve flatten out. Because while the vaccine may not give you immunity within the next month or so, the collective decisions that we all make as a society and a community in the next few weeks can do something. And it would be nice if we can. And I think if our community members are not excited, they don't think that their individual actions can make a difference, they really can. And I think we've seen the effect of that over the course of that graph. I can't give you like a multiverse retrospect, say, haha, if we didn't do this, what would it have looked like? So at the end, we just get a very ugly flat graph. And in reality, that's what we want, an ugly flat graph. And so I just want to make sure we emphasize that and as we move forward. Questions?
Absolutely. We do want to continue flattening that curve. It was something we all heard about a year and a half ago, all of a sudden, and then we did a pretty good job.
Yeah, we did great.
For a long time.
Yeah.
And now's the time to do it again.
Exactly.
So
Thanks.
thank you all. We got one more.
Thank you for having us. I'm Megan Frost. I'm a general surgeon and also have a degree in public health. And we really do appreciate this opportunity. We did get a lot of feedback from the public, and I feel like these types of conversations are making a difference. Kind of the way I would like to wrap up this entire day, this entire few days that we've spent with you and the county commissioners is that it's easy to look at this graph and see that curve and feel like we have one big problem that we need to overcome, and once we get to the other side of it, we're good. I'm concerned that that curve is somewhat misleading in the sense that, yes, it's very scary. Yes, we're seeing a lot of scary numbers. We present a lot of scary data, but that's not necessarily representative of the true problems and the ripple effects that is going to happen both on our healthcare system and within this community. So yes, those numbers will drop back down pretty fast. That's what the projections show, and that's most likely what will happen. What won't happen is that our hospital census will drop really quickly. Those patients that get admitted, those hundreds of patients that get admitted as we go up and are coming back down will be in the hospital for weeks, some of them months, needing placement in facilities that we can't place them in. So the strain on our system will last significantly longer than that curve drops. One of the things we talked about the other day and Dr. Yang mentioned is that we're canceling elective cases. That elective word I think is also misleading. We're canceling cases that I would consider very urgent. So our cancer patients at Rogue Valley that need open heart surgery, those cases are going to continue to be canceled, not just when that curve comes down, but until we have room and resources in the hospital to take care of those patients. My fear is that we get down that curve and we get into the winter and flu season and we're not able to take care of those patients potentially until next spring. That's a very realistic fear. The ripple effects continue. Not just this community like Dr. Yang talked about, but our healthcare staff, we're burning out. Everybody's burning out. We don't want to wear the masks. Our nurses are overworked. Our staff are overworked. Our hospitalists are overworked. People are really tired. We've already had a mass exodus out of the healthcare system because of the first wave of COVID. People got tired of being in a healthcare system working for people that a lot of people didn't respect them. And I'm really concerned that we're going to have another mass exodus after this and that this continues. I'm realistically concerned we're going to have the collapse of our healthcare system. The last thing that this curve is misleading about is that, again, once we get to the other side, let's take the masks off. We don't have to worry about COVID. COVID's here to stay. It's not going away. We will always have COVID. Always. There will always be a new variant. We will never not have COVID as part of our lives. So the way that we learn to live with COVID, the way that we get to a point that we don't have to shut down schools, we don't have to stop going out for weekend plans, is that we get the vaccine. That is the best tool that we have to fight this. And yes, there's definitely some downsides to the vaccines. It's terrible that there's downsides to the vaccines. It's terrible that we have to weigh that, but the weight clearly shows that the vaccine is what is going to help us. The only way we get to a balance with COVID, that we get to continue to live our lives, that our economy can move forward, that our students can go to school, and that we can be sane, is that we get the vaccine. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Frost. Any questions? No.
Thank you for having us seriously tonight. We appreciate everything that you're doing.
Thank you all. We appreciate everything you're doing. I know it's been a long road and you've got a long ways to go. And we understand, you know, people are tired of the mask. They're tired of not going out. Those are little things that we can do compared to everything that you're doing. So thank you. Obviously a tough presentation, and we all heard it earlier this week as well. It kind of weighs on our heart, and we know it's just that much worse for you. So thank you very, very much. And real quick, I just want to make sure we don't have anyone from AMR in the audience. Okay. So our first item of our normal business agenda here is a public hearing. Can you find the right deal to read here? It's a little hard to get back on track after hearing all that. All right. At this time, I will open the public hearing to consider an application to approve a minor modification to the major site plan for the Josephine County Transit Hub. We'll begin the hearing with a staff report, followed by a presentation by the applicant, statements by persons in favor of the application, statements by persons in opposition to the application, and an opportunity for additional comments by the applicant and staff. After that has occurred, the public comment portion will be closed and the matter will be discussed and acted upon by the council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to hear this matter? Do any councilors wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? Are there any councilors who wish to disclose discussions, contacts, or other ex parte information they have received prior to this meeting regarding the application? In this hearing, the decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria which are set forth in the Development Code. All testimony which apply to this case are noted in the staff report. If you would like a copy of the report, please write that on a note to the city manager and one will be provided. It is important to remember that if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue, you will not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. And the hearing will now proceed with a report from staff. Hi, Brad.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm going to provide you the brief overview here prior to your public hearing. This will be familiar to you because you are the approval body for the first round for the same application when they came in for the first time. So this is a minor modification to their Josephine County Transit's original approval. And the reason it's coming to you is because the original application was elevated from the Planning Commission to the council. And so the code requires you to hear all modifications that are after that. So the property is located on 5th Street between D and E. It's technically two different parcels, and there is an existing alley here that goes parallel between D and E that cuts through these two parcels. The owner is Josephine County, and the applicant is Scott Chansey with Josephine Community Transit. Authorized representative is ORW Architecture. There was a pre-application conference on this back in June 2020. Application completed in July 2020. You approved it in September of 2020, and the findings were adopted in September 16th. So that was the original approval. And for that major site plan application, the hearing notice, some of that information is there on the first part of that. I won't read all that. But on the bottom of the slide, for tonight's application, the City Council, the hearing notice was mailed out on July 28th, and we do mail these to all property owners within 100 feet of the property. And then the notice included a public comment deadline of August 16th, which was Monday at 5 o'clock. So we'll talk about that in just a minute in terms of that deadline. Here's the notice showing you the properties that were sent the mailing. And the list of those folks, we do also typically send these land use applications out to some other agencies. So some of those agencies like Oregon Department of Transportation are listed on there as well. The minor modification tonight is August 18th. There was no written testimony received by the Community Development Department for this application. So here's the project summary as you approved it back in September. 2,200 square foot office building. It's on the northern tax lot. That is to provide a transit user interaction service window and office space. Originally was 8 parking spaces proposed on the southern one of those 2 lots. That is one of the modifications to this tonight. They are now down to 7 parking spaces. It's located in the central business district, and it has those street frontages, which I reviewed earlier. They do have discretionary architectural review that was requested to allow reduced window door percentage on that southern building wall, the one that faces the apartment complex there. So here's the site plan that was approved. Really, here's Fifth Street. This map is kind of oriented a little, not true to the earth. On the top of the map here, this is Fifth Street. On the left is E, and on the right is D. So, and here's that alley that I mentioned going right through the middle. The building is on this northern piece. The main changes are on the southern where the parking lot was originally approved. So the main changes, they are proposing to install 2 Portland Loo type public restrooms. There was no, as you may recall, that was kind of a topic of discussion. There were no public restrooms originally approved or proposed. And then that, because of the location of those public restrooms, that affects some landscaping and it affects the parking. So here's the modified site plan. There are a few tweaks here and there, but I'm going to go to this next slide. Hopefully you can see this a little better. Again, we have E Street on the left part of the screen, Fifth Street on the top. That alleyway is over here on the right-hand side. So we're just showing the southern lot here. The 2 proposed bathrooms are located here at the southeast corner of the site. So if you're coming up E Street to the intersection of E and 5th, the bathrooms would be located off of the sidewalk there. It does shift, as I mentioned, one of the parking spaces gets eliminated in order to accomplish that location. And there's also a couple of trees that get removed.
Hang on for a second, Brad. Chief, can you have a look out the door and see what's going on there? Thank you. Please continue, Brad, sorry.
So here's the original site plan. You can see with the 8 parking spaces and no bathrooms. Here's what the restroom design would look like. It's stainless steel construction. Has vents on the top and the bottom of the structure, just open to a single person in there. I believe the council has had some presentations in the past about what these would look like. Here's just some more detail that was submitted with the application showing the actual layout inside the restroom. And then here's a couple of pictures of what they look like actually constructed in a couple other communities. So for your decision tonight, the development code outlines how major site plans get modified. They can be either done through a major or a minor. We did determine that this would be a minor modification. However, that doesn't really affect the process because you have a public hearing before you tonight either way. The main difference or the main issue is that you have 13 criteria on which you need to base your decision. We included that in the staff report. Those are everything from our off-street parking met. The central business district does not require off-street parking, so the 7 parking spaces that they have are actually above and beyond. That's in the criteria that I mentioned that you need to base your decision on tonight is in section 5 of the staff report in your packets. There really are no cost implications on these land use applications. There is a call to action date November 10th. That's under Oregon statute. That's the latest that you could make a decision on this. And then you have alternatives to either approve the request, deny the request. And after staff's review on the minor modification, we have a motion there to recommend approval.
Thank you. Any questions for Brad? Brian?
Yeah, thanks, Brad. I don't know if you can answer this or this may be more appropriate for the applicant, but I seem to remember that in the original site plan, there may have been electric charging parking spots, and I'm not seeing that on this plan, so is that something that was changed as well?
I'm going to have to defer to them because I don't remember those being a part of the original.
Okay, well, we'll wait for him to speak then for that. But was there any other on those parking spaces? Was there any other restrictions, or is that something that wouldn't be included in a site plan review as far as if the applicant wanted to have them be 30-minute spots, or if they wanted to have reserved spots? Is that something that's outside of this review?
Yes, this review is. You're really bounded by the development code in making these decisions, and since the development code doesn't actually require any parking, it's really up to the property owners and the applicants on what they propose.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for staff? No. All right. Is the applicant here to present? Yes, please. Just make sure that the light is on at the base of the microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Scott Chansey, I'm the Transit Program Manager for Josephine County. So first, Commissioner Delagrange's comment, yes, there was originally electric vehicle parking that was in the preliminary application. It was removed. So after further discussion with the city, they were going to be looking at ongoing parking somewhere else. We decided to pull it from our application. Now, as far as parking at the facility, we will allow unlimited time parking at the facility as long as we're open. So the only exemption to that is one of the disabled parking spots we're going to leave open for the apartment complex. So they currently have a resident that has a designated parking spot on the street, and so we're going to go ahead and leave one of ours open specifically for that individual. Other than that, parking is only during our hours of operation, which at this time is 6 o'clock in the morning to 6:30 at night. So if we increase our hours of operations, that'll change too, and that was Monday through Friday. About the only other thing I want to point out is the bathrooms will only be open during our time of operations as well. So as long as we're open, they will be open and available to the public. So there's no differentiation between a transit passenger and someone that's a general public. They're open to everybody. And so that's pretty much going to be it. At some point, we will be open on Saturday. We will extend our hours, our regular fixed route bus hours, to 9:30 at night again. But until that time, actually when all this is built, well, hopefully our hours will be back to that as well as Saturday. So, but as right now, that's kind of where we're standing.
Thank you. Any questions? Rob?
So does that mean the parking lot will be locked overnight, or what does that mean?
It just means that, we will be part of Josephine County's regular security patrol. So if there is and we'll have to, I'm not sure how these details are going to work, but no, it will not be locked. There will be no gate on the alleyway. There will be open ingress, egress, 24 hours a day. So what it would mean is that our own security patrol would flag somebody and say, hey, there's somebody still parking here. I would like to think that we could have some sort of system where we would say, hey, this is only available during our hours of operations, and sign it appropriately, and then see what happens.
I guess I could see, I would imagine that there would be street parking available overnight, I would imagine. I don't live in that neighborhood. But you would also think that somebody could be using the bus to get to Medford to work a night shift, maybe at the hospital in Medford or whatever. And now, they park there during the day, and they plan to come back when you guys start up again in the morning. I guess those people would probably be able to park on the street, I would imagine.
If I was aware of a pastor that was doing that, and actually I'm glad that you mentioned it because it has happened in the past.
Right.
We would make exceptions for them. All they have to do is come to our office and say, hey, I have a graveyard shift at the hospital. I'm not going to return until your first morning bus comes back from Medford. Am I allowed to park here? And we would say, obviously, of course.
Yeah, I appreciate that flexibility. It's great.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thanks, Scott.
Welcome.
Is there anyone in the audience who wanted to speak on behalf of this application? Is there anyone? Okay, please come forward. Tell us your name.
Hi, my name is Kendall Ferguson-Shulsky, and I actually have the law office right behind where the new station's going to go. And we have a concern about having basically drug users showing up to use the bathroom and us having to call public safety. So our question for the most part is, will there be an increase in public safety patrols in that area? Is there anything we can sign to let you come over and look more? Or is that going to be stuck on the public transportation's private security, that we're going to have to basically be relying on those folks if random people decide, that since the bathroom's locked, they're going to use our bushes or our front door, or knock over stuff in our back alley, because we have actually parked back there, and we've had a real big problem with vandalism, with people trying to break and steal copper from our air conditioning units, things like that. And we're very concerned that when the transit station comes in, that's going to be worse, or that our vehicles will be vandalized with, they're stealing carburetors and stuff right now. So what we would like to know is the city going to be increasing patrols, and is there anything we can do to help you do that, like not have that drug problem we think is going to come with the addition of the bus coming to our little quiet area now, instead of being really out in the public, just right out there.
Okay, thank you. It's not really an opportunity for a question and answer, but we heard your comment.
All
Thank
right.
you. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak either for or against the application? All right. So at this time, I'll close the public hearing and open it up to council for discussion. DJ.
Let's see, I move to approve the minor modification to the approved major site plan review for the Josephine County Transit Hub located at 142 Northwest E Street with the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second from Rob. All right, is there discussion on the motion? Brian?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that originally I was pretty tentative with this location, but I'm looking through here and I'm seeing the building is going to look very striking. It's going to be a very nice looking site when it's done. And I know that there are still some concerns in the community about how it's all going to shake out. But I definitely think it's going to, overall be a huge benefit to the community.
Other comments? Valerie?
And I would also like to just talk about the public safety part of it, because I do believe that when something is cleaned up and does look better and is used more, that you're going to have less of a problem. And I do know that Scott has talked a lot about security, and when they're there, I expect they will do a great job of making sure that it's taken care of. And I also trust our public safety. They are, we've called them many, many times, and they've been pretty responsive. So I also agree that it will be a much better place than what is happening there now.
Rob?
Yeah, I have to say that this is clearly not my first choice for a location for this. I actually think it's a mistake, but I do appreciate the fact that parking was added and public restrooms were added, and the fact that it's going there anyway. I do appreciate, again, that those considerations were made. For that reason, I'm going to vote yes. I'm kind of sorry we even got to this point, because I don't think it's the best location, but because the accommodations were made, I'm going to support it.
Any other comments? All right, DJ made the motion to approve the application as written in your packet. How do you vote, DJ?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Motion passes. All right, next up, we have a legislative land use hearing. So at this time, I will open the public hearing to consider an ordinance amending Development Code Article 12, zoning districts, Article 14, certain uses, and Article 30, definitions related to social services facilities. We will begin the hearing with a staff report, followed by public comment, and then the matter will be discussed and acted upon by the council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to consider this matter? Do any councilors wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? In this hearing, the decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria. All testimony and evidence must be directed towards those criteria. The criteria which apply in this case are noted in the staff report. It's important to remember, if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue, you will not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. We will now begin the hearing with the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is a topic that you are familiar with. There's been several workshops held in the past, and this is the formal application before you tonight. So the specifics of it, it would, if approved, it would amend 3 different chapters in the Development Code, 12, 14, and 30. It would establish a new permit process, a special use permit process. It would allow shelter facilities, supportive housing, and basic needs facilities to be constructed. A little bit of background, as I mentioned, since mid-2020, you've had 5 workshops to talk about the definition that is currently in the code, social services facility and transient quarters. Council discussed a potential amendment to this. Right now, that use is only allowed in 2 different zones in the city, the business park zone and the industrial zone. Then in March, you directed staff to initiate a text amendment that would strike the current definition, and that would create 4 new definitions and land uses. So that is what was drafted, and that is what was sent to the Planning Commission. So here is what the existing definition is under Ordinance 155666. A private, not-for-profit, nonprofit, or government organization providing any of the following: temporary housing, food, clothing, and other support services primarily to adult transitory individuals. So that is a pretty broad category. That's all the guidance that we have in the code today for social services facilities. So that was established in 2015 under that ordinance that I mentioned. That was a code amendment that was initiated by the city back then in 2015. In March 2020, you adopted another ordinance related to transitional housing. So that is already in place. Transitional housing is the type of housing that does not have to meet Oregon structural codes. The legislature passed this in 2017, and local jurisdictions could adopt it if they wanted to. City of Grants Pass did choose to do that, and this allows the type of housing that you would find at like Foundry Village. But that 2017 ordinance did not change zoning. It didn't change permissible locations. So it still just keeps everything related to social services in either the business park or the industrial zone. So getting on to the specifics of this application, the Planning Commission, they held 2 hearings in July. After the first one, they felt that there was just a few issues that they wanted to kind of think more about and come back with 2 weeks later to talk more about it. So, but both of those were public hearings. They did recommend approval on a 5-to-1 vote for what you have in your packets tonight. For tonight's hearing, it was posted on August 2nd. The Daily Courier notice was published on August 6th, and the public comment deadline was August 16th, Monday at 5 o'clock. As I mentioned at the beginning, because of that deadline, technically for the public record on this application, we did only receive 1 comment prior to that deadline, but you have received a number of comments since Monday to the mayor council email, and I think Julie is prepared to give you some more information about those comments that are specific to this application. So the 1 comment that we did receive at Community Development was from Nathan Miller. He was generally supportive of the efforts to address homelessness through this application, but he did ask that the council exclude the general commercial area from Evelyn to the river for the categories of 1, 2, and 3. And he also, in his letter, supports the recommendation to file permit application with the Planning Commission first. So that last line is a reference to your initial recommendation was that these come directly to the City Council. So if somebody were to come to the city with a new shelter or a new supportive housing project, they would come directly to you. The Planning Commission felt that because they have more familiarity in some ways with the development code, they're working with it all the time, and they're dealing with land use issues, that they would be able to sort of do that more thorough review before it gets to you. The appeal process also is affected because if someone appeals the Planning Commission, it comes to you. So they felt that that was just gives a little more opportunity for public comment. So here's just today, if in the development code, there's a number of ways that you permit uses or conditional uses or do through PUDs. The reason I have this up here is because this application would add a new category to this section. It would create a special use permit, which we don't have today. So here are the 4 new categories that we're talking about: the basic needs, facility, or site. So those actually would not require the special use permit as proposed. These are things like a retail store almost, where you can just come during the day. There is no housing, no overnight accommodations at all. The shelter facility, the supportive housing type A and supportive housing type B would require the special use permit. That's the way the Planning Commission proposed it. So here's just a little bit more detail about what these are. The basic needs, as I mentioned, these are goods and services that meet basic needs. The Planning Commission chose in this section to strike warming center. In their opinion, that leads people to believe that you could stay overnight and is a basic needs facility. They felt that this was more of a day-to-day kind of operation, and that's how they should be represented. You would have food, healthcare, clothing, other maybe clinical type services. But to include the warming center, they felt would not indicate the right direction that they're recommending, which is to have these be more day-to-day service. The last bullet there, the basic needs, so this does not include shelter or housing. So the next category, shelter facility, this is providing temporary shelter for unhoused persons. This could include emergency shelter in response to disaster events or severe weather. This could range from existing or new structures to tents, to camp trailers, to purpose-built shelters like pallet shelters. It would include also providing food service, medical aid, or other supporting services, and sanitation and security must be provided. And under the supportive housing, this was divided into two different types, Type A and Type B. Type A is the transitional housing that we already have in our code under that the Oregon Transitional Housing Code. The sanitation and security also have to be provided under this category. It's intended for relatively short-term occupancy. That's not defined, but that's the intention of this. They would serve persons either unhoused or coming from a shelter, providing housing and support services that would enable them moving to a longer-term housing situation or solution. These structures would have to comply with the 2017 Transitional Housing Code. And the City of Grants Pass has a few additional standards to the Oregon Code that were added in there. And then the supportive housing type B, this is more of your permanent type structures. All have to meet all Oregon structural codes. Sanitation and security also must be provided. These are more longer term occupancy. They are expected for client populations would eventually move on to longer term housing, but could be there for a year or 2 years at these kind of facilities as compared to Type A, which normally you would see 6 months or less. So here is the proposed locations for all of these. The basic needs, the first one I mentioned, would be permitted in the general commercial zone. The shelter facility or site would be general commercial, industrial and business park, which is industrial and business park is where they currently are, so this adds the general commercial. And then supportive housing type A would be allowed in general commercial, and supportive housing type B, general commercial, R2, R3, and R4.
Yeah, I guess we better ask them now if you're starting to get a buildup.
Thank you. So for basic needs facility, I guess it says included but not limited to food, healthcare, clothing, et cetera, et cetera. So does that basically include like a soup kitchen or just, which we've already had, we saw what that was like before 2015. So does that include like any kind of food or soup kitchen or whatever?
It would, as under this definition, yes.
Okay, thank you. So on the shelter facility or site, or whatever the second the second grade is, it talks about, okay, sanitation and security must be provided. What does security mean? Does security mean a fence? Does security mean patrol? Do we have any idea what that means?
So this section of the code is intended to kind of set the intent. The use would not be permitted without going through 2 public hearings. And the application would have to show what that security looks like for each individual case. So as you may recall, for the proposed Manzanita site, that got quite a bit of discussion, and I believe the council in that temporary use permit ended up requiring a couple of site-specific security issues. Those could look different depending on where it's at. So the definition here is sort of saying, yes, it's required, but it's not getting into exactly defining that. But the application would have to be very explicit about what they're proposing, and that would be available for public comment and review and would be discussed during the public hearings.
So essentially, whatever the applicant defines as security would then have to face council approval. Is that what you're saying, or not? In other words, if the applicant defines security as a fence or once a day drive-through, is it still going to be up to the council or to approve that? Or in other words, it's at the council's, the level of security would be at council discretion?
That would be council discretion.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this point? All right. Please continue.
Okay. The intent of these 2 maps, which were shown in your last couple of workshops on this, are just to show where the general commercial are, which is the red, basically the 6th and 7th Street corridors, the F Street, on the south side of the river, Rogue River Highway, Redwood Avenue, Redwood Highway, and there's a few other locations scattered around Williams Highway and further out Redwood Highway that are general commercial. So we wanted to show that because that's one of the most significant changes to this application, is allowing expanding the use of these facilities into those general commercial areas. So this is a snapshot. There's a little bit more detail, but it gets to your point, Councilor Pell, about what's required. The application creates this new category called a special use permit. It would be required for shelters and supportive housing, not for the basic needs facilities. Those would be permitted outright, and somebody could just operate those without coming to this council or the Planning Commission. The special use permit requires a development and operations plan. It would require applicant operator qualification certification. They would have to still comply with relevant federal, state, and local codes. It would be a 3-year permit initially, with the option for renewing for another 3 years. But there's also a revocation clause in there, which says that upon 15 days notice, if for whatever security reasons or other that have to be proven, if those are proven, that permit could be revoked within a 15-day notice. There would be a pre-application conference required if there's new development involved, site plan review, and then, as we've already talked about, the public hearing before the Planning Commission, and they would make a recommendation, and then a public hearing before the council. Again, all of this is legislative, so it's completely up to the council's discretion. This is the recommendation from the Planning Commission. So here are the 4 criteria in order to amend the development code that have to be met. And the Planning Commission and staff did do analysis and found these to be true. Now, the number 4 would be very dependent on the location in terms of whether they comply with transportation facilities. Again, these would be analyzed as part of the application. And the call to action tonight, taking public testimony, discuss and deliberate. There is no mandatory deadline on the legislative change. And then you have the options there. If you were to decide tonight, then we would prepare findings of fact for a September 1 meeting. So that's all I have.
Any questions, Rick?
Thank you, Brad. Could you go back 2 slides on the approval process? So that next to the last, Planning Commission makes recommendation to City Council. Does that address Nathan Miller's concern?
Well, his concern was related to the location of these and not allowing the shelters or the supportive housing in the general commercial zone between Evelyn and the river. He also supported this item, yes.
Right, because he had 2 requests. One was the area, and the second was that the Planning Commission hear it.
Correct.
So this addresses the Planning Commission, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Brian?
Yeah, thank you, Brad. I'm just wondering if council has discretion, as Nathan Miller requested, to make more restrictions based on things other than zoning. Like, you know, it's the way it is now, it's general commercial. Can we say, but this area of general commercial is not permissible, or is that something that we can't do?
Oh, no, as a legislative matter, you have the opportunity to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Questions? Valerie?
Yeah, what exactly, I know the Central Business District, where does the Central Business District, what is the parameters of that on 6th and 7th?
So it starts at D, I believe. And let me see if I can pull up a map for you. This map here, I had another map that we presented to the Planning Commission which zoomed in on that and shows it better, but it goes down to about I. So it's generally on 6th and 7th between D and I. So the general commercial starts, so City Hall, for example, is on A is part of the general commercial, not the Central Business District. It does stretch east to west for, what is that, maybe about 8 blocks or so.
Okay, I guess another question I have is I do know there's some places between Evelyn and D, I believe. I mean, On Track is there, and I don't know, I believe there was some other kind of supportive housing recently up in that area. Am I correct? I mean, just north, I think, of On Track, I think there was a house that did some sort of social service.
On 6th or 7th? I'm familiar
Yeah,
with one
it's
on
a big blue
Manzanita.
house that's kind of back behind. No, I'm just talking about I just happened to see it at one point in time. It was for sale, but it's back behind. I think it's in the general commercial, and it's a big, larger house kind of back behind On Track. And I often wondered whether that was a similar sort of facility that did some sort of social services for. And I guess nobody knows what I'm talking about. It's a big blue house. That has a lot
I do
of
know what
houses.
house you're talking about, yeah.
And I've always been curious as whether that has some sort of supportive house, because I know it has a lot of rooms in it. So it would be my assumption that that would be that sort of facility because of its size. So.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't know of that particular one. But if there are any existing, operating today, they would be grandfathered in.
So when we talk about Central Business District and general commercial, these proposed changes are for the general commercial district, which specifically includes the Central Business District downtown. Is that correct? No, it would also include the downtown.
No, I'm sorry, it would not include.
It would not include, because I think a number of the emails that I've seen of concerned citizens have been referring to the Central Business District, but this, I just want to clarify, none of these changes wouldn't be included in the central business district.
That's correct.
Okay. Other questions for Brad? Rick?
Brad, also for just clarification, homeless campgrounds are not included in these definitions, is that correct?
Well, no, shelter facility, if we go back up here to the definitions, a shelter may range from existing or new structures, tents, camp trailers, to purpose-built shelters like pallet shelters. So, again, as a special use permit, they could apply.
Okay, so that definition then would allow, if we so chose, to permit a campground through the tents.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
In the red zone, but not the pink zone.
In the red zone, but not the pink zone, yes.
Super important, because I have seen both on Facebook and emails misinformation about that pink zone not included in this proposal. All right, any questions? DJ?
So there was a series of motions that the UAPC made in regards to this. Have those all been specifically addressed in this?
Yes, thanks, Counselor. I should have brought that up. And that was one of the reasons the Planning Commission continued their hearing, because they felt that the initial proposal had a big loophole, and that is if you came in as a developer under supportive housing, which right now the supportive housing, especially type B, which could look very much like a multifamily complex. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't have to, but that you wouldn't be subject to all of the other standards that either a market or standard affordable housing project would have to do. And so they added, one of their motions was to require that they still meet all of the same standards as other multifamily housing. So, and then another motion they made failed, and that was to create a buffer around the central business district. That was one of the motions that the Planning Commission made, which failed, did not go forward. And then another motion they made had to do with adding the special use permit to the Planning Commission.
In regards to the central business district, this wouldn't, I'm presuming this does not apply to the central business district, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then what they wanted was a buffer then in general commercial around the central business district.
Yes.
Which wasn't favorable to the Planning Commission. Okay, and then just to reiterate that the importance of having these kind of permits come in front of UAPC, that was moved, and this is a part of that program, that special use permits will be seen in public hearing to the UAPC?
Correct.
Cool, thanks.
Joel?
So Brad, could you expand a little bit on the 3-year special use permit and then the renewal of the 3-year use permit? And what I was concerned about, if something requires substantial investment and you only have a permit that goes 3 years or maybe 6 years, I don't think I'd be willing to invest in too much on that type of permit. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yes, Counselor, you are interpreting that correct. That did not get any discussion at the Planning Commission, however. I think that the discussions coming out of Council's workshop were really probably more on that particular point, were more focused on shelters than they were on supportive housing in terms of the being able to revoke those and only be valid for 3 years. However, that's not how it's worded. Right now, it is worded so that if any special use permit would only be valid for 3 years. So that may be something that council wants to consider.
Well, I would encourage us to critically look at that, because the payback period for the investment because this is an industry. It serves a certain part of our population, but they have to make money. They don't do it out of their own bank account. And if you have to put a certain amount of money down and you only have 3 years to recoup it, or 6 years at the most, that can limit the type of investment you would put on there.
Valerie?
The question I had was whether the special use permit that is for both the UAPC and the council, so they have a special permit as they go through the planning commission as well?
Well, it's the same permit.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's a permit, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
the application, in order to get approval from the city, you would have to go through,
Both
that
with it,
first public
okay.
hearing, and then, but it's the same, yeah,
Okay,
the same
it's a
permit.
package deal, so I just want to make sure, because something you said earlier about it going through the UAPC, I thought, well, it also is going through us, so it's just a whole package that goes through.
Yes,
And
yes.
then ultimately, it's approved by us. They just do the recommendation.
Right, right. The biggest difference is, the time. If it did not go to the planning commission, it would save an applicant typically around 5 to 6 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, then Rick?
Yeah, I just had a question around, what if there's a site that offers more than one of these at the same site? For example, let's say a site does short-term and long-term housing. In that scenario, I would assume that they would have to abide by whatever the more restrictive standard is. Or if you want to elaborate on that at all, that'd be great.
Yeah, that would normally be the case in land use, but there's also phasing scenarios that somebody may phase, and you could, as a special use permit, you could put special conditions on like one phase that maybe different conditions apply to another. I mean, Mark may want to comment on that, but I think that this permit would give that latitude to be able to sort of treat those different, if there are some unique conditions that might apply to only a short-term supportive housing type A that wouldn't apply to the B or something, or vice versa.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Rick?
So Brad, when you go to the land use categories with the zoning districts, and it shows the shelter facility or site, and it would be permitted in the GC, and as you've discussed, that definition does include campgrounds. I guess I'm a little bit hesitant, and I know we've had many discussions on this, bringing in a campground into the GC zoning, but, and I realize we have the ability to put conditions on it. If an application comes in as a conditional use, there's a whole laundry list of requirements that need to be made. The way I'm seeing this, is that laundry list there, or we have to make our own list as to the requirements?
Well, as it is today, that laundry list, as you put it, has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items. And those start on page 205 of your packet. This is section 14.100. So there are those 7 items are in there. Now, if the city moves forward with creating a special permit, obviously this is the time to set the standards. I mean, if you want more, if you want less, that's the section where you would make those changes.
Because I'm concerned about protecting the businesses that are located there, and I want to make sure that we have, I want to say, we would be not only supportive of housing, but we're supportive of the businesses that are there, and it wouldn't be a detriment.
Mark?
Yeah, so I think it's important for the council to keep in mind that I know it's easy to think, well, a special consideration in the future, we'll just address that by applying conditions. But you cannot apply conditions unless they are geared to meet code compliance. So you can't just simply say, well, you know, the neighbors are complaining a lot about this particular application, so we'll just make up a bunch of conditions. Those conditions have to relate to existing criteria. Now, it's a little bit different if something is a conditional use permit, because in that sense, then the standard is generally no significant adverse impact. Okay, so you could be more creative with conditions in that case to meet that more subjective standard of no, additional significant adverse impact. But when it's not a conditional use and you have a set enumerated list of criteria, you cannot just make up conditions. Those conditions have to be specifically germane to the criteria.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. That's the clarification I was looking for.
DJ.
Yeah, I do have a couple more questions. So investigating the criteria of these things that the UAPC and then the council, it seems like there's a bit of discretion in there. I'm detecting that anyway, is that it's not as cut and dry as, let's say, the transport hub was. They met a certain set of criteria, it was approved. Is that similar in nature to those kind of land use hearings? These kind of special use permits?
Well, my interpretation is that these special use permits, do give you as a jurisdiction more opportunity to customize, if you will, those.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was looking for. I'm detecting that a little bit of like customization options, I guess. So, okay, good. Also, there was a motion that talked about recommending that if a permit was revoked or expired, that they would need to apply for another permit, and then that wouldn't just automatically lead into renewal of a permit. Has that been specifically addressed?
Section D on page 205 does say that if the site has demonstrated full compliance with the permit conditions and no substantial modifications are proposed, the city manager or designee may authorize a one-time extension of 3 years. So the only, if they've been in full compliance, if they've been operating under all the conditions of approval and there haven't been any issues, this is saying you pretty much have 3 years extension coming to you.
Okay, it looks like the UAPC was specific about either revoked or canceled. So is that a distinct clarification that revoked or canceled would require a renewed permit, but if 3 years happened without incident, then it would entertain an automatic renewal? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that satisfies the UAPC's concern?
Yes.
Okay, last question for now is there's clause for revoking these kind of things. Can we elaborate on that a little bit? What would constitute revoking a special use permit or canceling a special use permit? What that procedure might look like, and what kind of criteria would we be faced?
Right. Well, I mean, our code enforcement process right now is geared around complaints. I think in a special use permit situation, we would use complaints, but you wouldn't have to rely solely on that. And in those code enforcement cases, one of the chief's officers will typically, go out and do a preliminary site visit and talk to the folks and make a determination whether or not they are or are not in compliance, and either issue a notice of violation or give them a warning, talk with them, see if they can make improvements. If you get to the point that it's serious enough, there may just be a letter issued to them giving them what they would have to correct in order to make it comply, and then have a time frame associated with that. And if they can't, then I think there would be a formal letter revoking the permit. And if you don't have a special use permit, you can't operate.
Okay, and so a theoretical revocation or cancellation would be just an administrative manner. Here's the criteria of compliance. Then it would just be handled staff-wise, or would there be a public hearing in regards?
I have seen codes where it does require the hearing, but as drafted, no, it would be administrative. So yeah, if the council wanted to be involved in a revocation, you would have to change that section.
Okay, am I correct to presume that this is actually kind of unique for special use permits? Or is this kind of criteria-driven revocation process used in other land use?
Oh, we have the ability on some other permits to do that, but not very many. It is, you know,
so
conditional use permits you can.
Okay.
But you know, building permits, no. Development permits, they just expire. You can't just revoke, but.
Thank you, Brad.
Vanessa?
On page 206, it states a type A application may request waivers to development standards through the special unit use permit process. I'm curious why only type A is allowed and not type A and B.
I'm sorry, which subsection? You
G,
said-
George. 206, last sentence of subsection G.
Oh, thank you, yes. So the type A, so the Planning Commission talked about that. So the type A's are your Foundry Village type examples, where you're often not going to have foundations, for example, permanent foundations. I mean, the structures may, you know, also be closer together than what the setbacks, normal setbacks would allow. They just felt there's going to typically need to be a lot more flexibility in a supportive housing type A, where you have smaller units. But if you're doing a supportive housing type B and you're going to be building a permanent structure, they didn't really want to give the opportunity for more waivers. You know, so that's the reason, really, that the type Bs would be more akin to just, you know, coming through with your normal multifamily project, and you either meet it or not. That doesn't mean you can't still ask for variances. They could ask for a formal variance, but, you know, those are tougher to get than a waiver, which is what this says.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Is there anyone here from the public who wanted to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone from the public who wanted to speak against the application? Please come forward and give us your name, and you will have 3 minutes. The yellow light goes off at 2.5 minutes.
Do I have to
And
push
then
a
it goes
button
to
here or
red.
something?
Just make sure that the microphone is on. There's a light at the base of the microphone.
All right, it's on now.
And your name?
Great. Name is Andreas Blech, spelled phonetically Bravo, Lima, Echo, Charlie, Hotel. I'm a property owner here in Grants Pass in both the GC and the CBD. And I just want to give you a little story on my experience of what's happened over the last few years. About 4 or 5 years ago, I would get regular calls from my tenants saying that there's a problem with the homeless. And I would be usually called down to tear down a pallet shelter, remove hypodermic needles, or just pick up general trash in the area. It was a pretty regular occurrence up until maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And I see it on a downswing, and I want to credit public safety for doing a good job in reducing that. And what I see here that's proposed in this amendment is really an invitation to have more of that happen. I'm not really excited about spending more money at Diamond buying paint to paint over graffiti, or to buy trash bags, or to buy gloves, leather gloves, so I can pick up the hypodermic needles and clean up the mess that people left behind. It's no fun. It really isn't. Unless you've experienced it, you really don't know what I'm talking about. But I'd like to request the City Council to not approve this amendment, because I don't want to see my town trashed anymore and go back to how it was before. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak? Yep, come on up and give us your name.
Is this on?
Yes, you can just bring it down a little bit. There you go.
Thank you. My name is Geneva Matson, and I'm a citizen of Grants Pass and a volunteer. Been involved with trying to find housing for the homeless since 2018. After much ado, with UCAN's help, we got the old DMV building. And reading in here all that you have a copy of, I see where it repeatedly talks about security and all the important things that we did have at the DMV building in 2019. The amazing thing about it that I know there are new city council people and new leaders, and the changes that have already happened since January are absolutely awesome, as the younger generation would say. The thing that I wanted to stress, really important, I understand all that is going on. I understand the fears and the concern, but I have been up to my ears since 2018 with the homeless, and I'm just a citizen. But I can tell you, and you can check this with our police department if you would like, we had 7 incidences in 4 months at the DMV building. 3 of them were a particular guest who was pretty drunk and pretty messy. We couldn't transport. I was a volunteer on the night shift. We called the Grants Pass police. The squad car came and took the same person 3 times to the sobering center. That was 3 incidences. 2 more incidents were 2 guys fighting inside over who should have which mat. We, not just me, because there were other people there, said, settle down or get out. 2 of those. The 5th incident, or the 6th, I'm not quite sure, was a woman who smacked her boyfriend, and she was bigger than he was, and he threw a fit. So we told them both to leave, and they would not go out off the property far enough for us to meet the requirements. We called Grants Pass police. The minute they saw the squad car, poof, they were gone. The point of security is vital, I know that, no matter what we're trying to do. But the biggest issue here is we have made a lot of progress. Do I have to stop?
You have 30 seconds.
The biggest thing is that Grants Pass finally had 1 warming shelter. All the people are not bums, trust me. If you were out there with us volunteers, you'd know, yes, there are bums. But the security issue, we managed it with the support of the police department. There wasn't an issue of any major anything. And right now, with retreat and all the other stuff, it is going to work. We need your support. Just know that there are a lot of people out there that aren't in authority, that are working their butts off. Now, that's not on the record.
Thank you,
the word
Geneva.
but.
Is there anybody else who wanted to speak? Please come forward and tell us your name.
Rika Brown, Grants Pass. I'm kind of puzzled by Andreas Blech's concern of the same thing that's been happening without any cover in law of building shelters with pallets and tents and leaving trash all over the place. This is what happens without permits, without nonprofits using, the law that you provide. And I can't see them allowing litter and waste and messes on their property. This is how we get people to have secure shelter and not cause a nuisance to their neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak on this issue?
Hi, Sam Engel. I live up on Long Ridge Avenue. I'm in favor of this. And
I think the biggest thing is that the community is asking for the ability to help the community. And since 2015, we haven't been able to. There's been a rule on the books that said you're not allowed to put in place this type of services in the city of Grants Pass, with the exception of along the railroad tracks and out of town where you really wouldn't be able to do transportation very effectively. And like Geneva mentioned, we've had folks since 2018 that have been very highly engaged in trying to figure out a way to work within the confines of the development code to offer social services, to offer housing facilities, to try and offer shelter and other programs so that people can have a way to step out of homelessness. Nobody's going to force anybody to do anything, of course, but the opportunity needs to be there. And we really don't have that opportunity. We've got folks who'd like to try and pay for parts of this. We've got public dollars that are coming in through agencies like UCAN who would like to come in to support this. And we've got social service agencies like Rogue Retreat who'd love to come in and help manage things to make sure that they are safe, they're clean, they're effective. One of the things that we've seen looking at some of the programs that are working well just east of here in Medford are that if you take somebody and you help them into a 90-day drug and alcohol treatment program, they get clean, they get sober, you discharge them back to the street where there's no services for them, or there are outreach services. The likelihood of that person staying clean and sober is very, very low. Statistics range from 2% to 0% depending on where you look. But if you take the same person and you put them into a supportive housing program, you put them into a supportive shelter program that steps them up, all of a sudden we start seeing these numbers go up 30, 40, 60, 64.17% was what we saw in the first study that we did of the programs in Jackson County. The cost savings to the community, the cost savings to the taxpayer, and especially now when we're looking at and listening to our hospital staff tell us how full the hospitals are. We don't want to have to use the hospitals for something that they're really not designed for. And in the emergency department in the winter, the hospital ends up being our shelter, which isn't the best use of the shelter, isn't the best use of the hospital. It's difficult to get through there if you are sick, and it's not where our homeless community needs to be either. And the truth of the matter is folks don't want to be homeless. They'd like to have a place to go, and we have people in the community who would very, very much like to offer them that hand up. And really the request is, how do we help move a relatively small piece of local development ordinance out of the way so the community can help itself? And I think that's the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else who wanted to speak on this issue? All right, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to council for discussion. Joel, then Valerie.
So I've been doing a lot of reading on this, which is it's fascinating to me, and I actually enjoy learning. And the cities that have handled this successfully, from best I can tell, do a couple of things. One is they partner with nonprofits that are very capable. They have rules. People that go there, like was described for the warming shelter, and there's no ifs and buts about it. And you have this partnership between the public and the private that works fairly well. What doesn't work fairly well is providing a bunch of services where you don't enforce graffiti, you don't enforce pooping in public, you don't enforce sex in the bathroom, and you decriminalize heroin, which we've already done in the state of Oregon. You decriminalize meth, which we've already done in the state of Oregon, and you give them all food and shelter with no rules. That's a recipe for disaster, and that's when everybody comes. We got the best marijuana in the nation. We have some good suppliers of heroin that aren't too bad at it, and it's an industry. So we have a choice on how we do that. And this code would allow us to hopefully pursue the first and not the second. It requires that we have the wisdom to discern between those two options. And if we don't, it has implications for the future that will live beyond me. And if we do, it will have implications in other people's lives for the positive benefit beyond me. So I'm in favor of the code change. I know that there's some people, rightfully so, that have some worse fears associated with it. It has to come with proper enforcement. It has to come with money. It has to come with competent partners. Otherwise, we will have no rules. We will have drugs. We will have crime. And we will have declining property values. And there'll be an increase in population, but it won't be the ones that want to pay taxes. So I think, the choice is ours. And the code, I think, that is a good step in the right direction.
Valerie, then Rick.
Yes, Geneva, I've been along on this road also since 2018, and I have seen the struggles, the struggles. Obviously, we tried to go with what we had with the business and industrial, and it just didn't happen. And part of the reason it didn't happen is that there are transportation issues. Number one, getting those people to the services they need. So that created a problem. And then there was no facilities out in the industrial and business park. So this is a great, by redefining and breaking it up other than just one blank statement, I think this is a great step in the right direction, because it does two things. It gives for the public, two opportunities to have a public hearing and get their input and hear their input. So that's important. And I like the special use permit that allows, and for those, for you being worried about it, if you were to look at the special use permit and see all the things that the applicant has to be able to do to meet the special use permit, and if they do not meet those standards, that they can actually be shut down. To me, that kind of seals up that concern that you might have that if something goes wrong, that we can't fix it. So I am in support of it. The only thing I'm a little bit afraid of is what Rob had brought up in the first categories of basic services, because I do remember what a nightmare that was when the soup kitchen was opened in the general commercial, and what kind of problems that caused. And I don't know, if there's some wording or something that we could put in here to decrease the chances of that happening again. I don't know if it would happen again, but I just remember what a nightmare that was for people downtown when people were just hanging around all the time waiting to get to the soup kitchen. So that is the concern that I also see in it, and I don't know if there's some way that we can save food, and just say no, to make sure that soup kitchens aren't included there. And I don't know. So I'm throwing that out to the council to help with me with that facet of it.
All right, I've got Rick, then Vanessa, then Brian, then Kurt, then Rob. Then
I
DJ.
also agree with the comments from Joel and Valerie, but also I'm somewhat assured that this could be a good process with a special use permit. And part of the criteria includes mitigating actions on negative impacts, potential impacts. Also show successful prior experience for who is doing it, and compliance with both city and federal laws. And the permit would be for 3 years, renewable for 3 years. And if it were to be revoked, it only takes a 15-day notice, and also needs to comply with the state fire marshal. So I can be supportive of this, but I am concerned. But some of the comments that Valerie made, that I'm not sure if we reclassify the basic needs or just put some additional conditions. Thank you.
Vanessa?
We do know that getting off of the street and getting into permanent long-term housing is a spectrum. You cannot simply put somebody inside of a shelter and expect a high success rate. That's something that we are learning. So I think that this really is a missing link in that chain. With that said, I do move to adopt the Development Code text amendment for Article 12, zoning districts, Article 14, certain uses, and Article 30, definitions related to social services facilities, with an amendment to Article 14, subsection B. The last sentence, I would like to see an amendment to the percentage of persons served changed from 10% to 25% for all following. That's on page 205. And have it read by title only, first reading.
That was 205.
That's correct. Article 14,
Less, and
subsection
it's
D.
20% on section D.
25%.
25% on section D at the bottom of page 205. Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Second from Brian. All right. Discussion on the motion. Did you first, Vanessa, want to explain your amendment there?
Sure. I think just looking at it, if a facility serves 100 people and they have the resources and the ability to effectively serve an additional 10 more, they then have to apply to the city council. That seems like an unnecessary burden to them.
Okay. Brian was next up for comment.
Thank you. So I have a feeling there may be more amendments coming from this, but good on you for getting out there and putting the motion out there, so thanks. To address Valerie and Rob's concern about basic needs facility or site type, one thing we could do is we could just make it so that needs to go through a special use permit process also, because that's the one that does not. So that, I think, would be something we could do that would address those concerns. And then Joel had a concern earlier about maybe the term being too short, the 3 years, with somebody maybe not wanting to invest a lot of resources into a site if they know they're only going to be able to have 3 years there. So I would maybe entertain bumping that up to 4 years with a 4-year renewal. And then one other thing was in that same section that Vanessa had an amendment to, that section D. It says the city manager or designee may authorize an extension, and I would propose that, if they meet all the requirements, that the city manager or designee will authorize an extension. Thank you.
Hey, Mark, can you just real quick, can you remind me what we do if we're making proposed amendments on the motion?
Well, I'm not so sure that was not a formal request to amend, but what we would have to do, vote on Councilor Ogier's motion because it was made and seconded, and if people are interested in pursuing some of the amendments that Councilor DeLaGrange set forth, then I recommend you voting down the motion, and hopefully someone would make a new motion.
Okay.
That you could then second and vote on.
Thank you. Okay. Kurt was next.
Okay. Obviously, we got a lot of public comment on this, and it tends to come in two forms. Those who are against it seem to be fixing the blame, and those who are in support of it are looking to fix the problem. And I want to emphasize what Ms. Brown said. A lot of the problems that they already are saying we're going to have, we're already having. And as a wise man once said, if you keep going the way you're going, you're just going to wind up where you're at. So I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Rob?
So I guess probably everyone agrees that, and I've said this before, that with regards to the homeless in Grants Pass, and I'll call it the homeless problem, the worst thing we could do is nothing. Whether people really dislike the homeless or whether they feel a lot of empathy or compassion for them, neither side right now is satisfied in any way, shape, or form. So we know that we need to try to solve this problem. And in this proposal, there's a lot to like. I think there's a lot to like. But I see a huge distinction, huge distinction between facilities where people can come and go like the first and second type here, the shelter, the basic needs facility, or even the shelter facility or site, because there's a clause there that says, this use may include emergency shelter for response to disaster events or severe weather, extreme or cold, et cetera, et cetera. So that basically if it's extremely hot, extremely cold, there's a fire, whatever, people have to, I mean, people can come and go as they please, and basically show up for the food, because food service is listed there as well. And this is just way, way, way too close to my memory of what it was like having the soup kitchen and all the negative impacts there. The distinction I make there is for facilities where it's a little more permanence and there's remote inputting. In other words, people sign up, their application is reviewed, their background is to some degree checked, and they are then allowed into, like the Kelly Shelter, or like the Tiny House place over in Medford. So there's some accountability there. And if we, and a year ago I might have felt differently, but we actually have documentation from the police chief in Medford, the sheriff in Medford, and we invited Sergeant Kirkpatrick to talk to the council about what it's like in the and he mentioned in the surrounding areas, the areas that are actually surrounding the facilities where there's remote inputting or there's a little bit more responsibility, they've actually seen the neighborhoods clean up some and crime has actually gone down. So I look at this as there's too many different types of asks here. We've got what I consider to be, and I'm going to go out on a limb and not be politically correct, but what I consider to be, we'll say, the worst aspects of what, in my mind, the homeless can be like. What we see in Riverside Park now, those people can show up for food, and they can hang out in the neighborhood, and they can make a new home, essentially, and create a lot of problems. If we've got even the second type, where during emergency places they can, emergency situations, they can come and go and show up for the food and whatever, same deal. But I look at, I look at supportive housing type B, which I read this to mean, that's more like the Kelly Shelter in Medford, if I'm not mistaken, which I think seems to work extremely well. And I would not have believed that unless I'd actually visited it. I also since I didn't know that much about this subject, I would defer to Sergeant Kirkpatrick, who gave us a real education one day about how well things can work in situations like this. But the fact is that there's too much lumped here for me to be able to support it as written. If we get to Nathan Miller's suggestion of also carving out not just the CBD, but 6th and 7th from Evelyn to basically the river, okay, that to me gets us part of the way there as far as carving out the general commercial. But because there's absolutely no way that I can support having come and go soup kitchen type of situation. Certainly in that part of the general commercial, I look at that as being very, very different than some of the other things that I think are, some of the other aspects are easier to hold both the clients, the homeless, accountable, and also whoever is providing it, whether it's Rogue Retreat or whoever, hold them accountable. But any place where people can come and go easily and get food or get a shower or whatever with very, very little background check or very, very little requirements of good behavior, I can't possibly support for really any part of 6th Street, whereas I really do support very much some of the other things. So there's so many amendments embedded in what I just said, I wouldn't even know where to begin. But it's just such a broad bill that we're looking at here, that to me, I can't possibly vote yes the way it is, but I want to support this issue and I want to move us forward. But, you know, I'd have to really think long and hard about how to compress that into an amendment, or maybe people much smarter than me, lawyers and Brad can do it, but if the council wants that. But that's how I feel about it.
DJ?
Well said. I agree in that there are some issues that I have with this. Let me keep it as brief as possible. I am in favor of the buffer around the CBD, the Central Business District. Many of my conversations with constituents that are opposed to this are very concerned about the nature of the value of the Central Business District. So I'd like to open up that for consideration. It mentions a biannual review of establishments utilizing the special use permit. I'd like to see more of a structured review process more often, at the very least entertaining for the first year. Quarterly reviews, I'd like to be as informed as possible, at least in the beginning stages of entertaining social services in general commercial. I think the 2015 change was a good change because there was pressure from the constituents at the time to disallow social services in general commercial, and I don't think that circumstances have changed drastically enough to warrant approval of this at this time. Furthermore, I think that there are plenty of opportunities in the industrial business park zoning districts that are accommodating for social services. So at this time, I'm not prepared to approve special use permits in the general commercial.
All right, anybody else? Brian?
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe get a little more clarification from DJ. Do you see there being a time in the future where you would support that?
At this point, I would have to say yes. I can't put all of my favor against this. I just don't think that it's. I don't think that this has been thoroughly vetted, and given the gravity and magnitude of a decision of this kind, needs, in my opinion, more vetting. And I can imagine myself becoming convinced in the future.
Valerie?
Well, I think part of my frustration right now is that I feel we've been vetting it for 2 years. And I feel like we're kind of at a point where we need to say, when the Manzanita fell apart, which it did, I think there was a lot of support in the community that we need something like that. And it did fall apart, and I understand, but this kind of answers those questions. And so this was a means by which to say, there was a lot that went in to where we are right now. I mean, the Planning Commission had 2 extra meetings on it. We've gotten all sorts of feedback from the community over the last 2 years. And, it's kind of like here we are kicking the can one more time down the road. And if we don't do something now, we will have nothing this winter. We will have nothing. So I think it's really important that we move forward. I think it's really important that we look and honor what the UAPC has done in voting on it and vetting it and going through and putting more and breaking down the definition, because that was a problem that we had in 2015, is that it was so vague that we really needed. And so there's been a lot of effort put forth to put up and get some definitions. Like I said, the only thing that I struggle with a little bit is to somehow take the soup kitchen and move it over to the shelter. So because 2, 3, and 4 all have special use permits. So they all have an ability, they all have a set of conditions that are very spelled out here. They have to have an assessment of negative impacts, which can occur with mitigating actions. They have to have an applicant, an operator who has done something successfully for a certain amount of time. I mean, they've answered all the discussions and all the problems that we had when we were struck out last year with our Manzanita. So I feel if we at this point kick it down and don't pass something, that letting down our community because our community desperately needs something. So I think the UAPC has done their job. I think the city has done their job by coming up with a solution to this problem. I think the only thing that I can truly see is my concern about the soup kitchen, because that was an issue that I can see coming back again if somebody decides to open it. It's an ongoing thing. But this doesn't even hit in the downtown, which is most of the people that you're correct. Most of the people who called up with their message, all of them were complaining about the downtown area. This doesn't even apply to the downtown area. So personally, I will be very disappointed if we further kick this down the road, because it is August and winter is coming, and I think it's really important that we work with people who are standing back there ready to move forward and help us out. You can, I mean, they've been building up, they have pallet shelters, they have all these things waiting for our community to use. But if we kick the can down the road and we don't do something now, it won't happen. So I think it's really important that we move forward with this tonight.
Rob, then Brian.
So, I think it's probably, just for people that may not have thought it through and may not be that clear, but it's should be obvious why we wouldn't permit this kind of thing in the CBD, the Central Business District, any place where we're trying to encourage, we'll say pedestrian traffic, window shopping, sidewalk dining, et cetera, would be very poor locations for something like this. I think that if we were to look at Nathan Miller's suggestion of possibly approving this, but carving out from Evelyn to the river, that may get us to where more of us want to be. I just don't see a place that has essentially free food and people that can come and go as they please be near our Central Business District, near what we call the downtown. I don't see that as being a plus. I mean, we've got an entire city that, there's so many other places they can be. So some kind of buffer, and whether it's Evelyn to the bridge or some kind of buffer around Central Business District, I think might get us to where we want to go.
Brian.
So we can vote on this motion. Honestly, I don't think it's going to go anywhere, but I think if we either withdraw or do a new motion with some, throwing some amendments in there that we've discussed, I think that would be a worthwhile use of our time.
Thank you. Vanessa, are you inclined to change or withdraw your motion?
I think just for efficiency, we'll vote and then continue the discussion from there.
Sounds good. So the motion was to adopt the text amendment as written with one suggested amendment, which would be in Article 14, Section D at the bottom of page 205 would change 10% to 25%. And Vanessa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Joel?
We missed discussion on that, so I'm going to vote no.
Missed the discussion? Have you been here for the last 20 minutes?
Well, yeah, I guess I haven't been, but the motion from the 10 to the 25%, I'm not sure of the rationale for that. And if we have a completely different, not a completely different operation, but a expanded operation, I'm not sure why a new permit wouldn't be applicable. So I'm voting no.
Yes, I did ask the question. She did explain it. Okay. But Valerie?
I'm going to say no at this point.
Rick?
I'm going to say no, because I would like to add in, as Rob indicated, on basic needs, adding it under the special use permit, and no on increasing 10% under Section D, yes under 4 years, and no on the May discretion. So that would be the reason for my vote.
Okay, Rob?
No.
Brian?
No.
TJ?
No.
All right, so it failed 7-2. That's too many people, 6-2. Where are we going to go from here? Brian?
I'll take a stab at it. I move to adopt the Development Code Amendment, text amendment for Article 12 zoning districts, Article 14 certain uses, and Article 30 definitions related to social services facilities, with the amendments of the basic needs facility or site requiring a special use permit, with the term of the permit being 4 years with a 4-year renewal, with the language that the city manager will authorize a one-time extension if all requirements are met, and with, to Councilor Ogier's amendment, including an increase in persons served of more than 15%, and excluding the zone from A Street to the river up and down 6th and 7th Street.
A
that's
Street
it.
to the river on 6th and 7th only.
And in between.
Both
Just-
sides of 6th and 7th.
Yeah.
Is there a second from Vanessa? Thank you. Any discussion on this motion? Rick?
I appreciate that Brian put in their basic needs under the special use permit. Also, I'm in support of the 4 years, but I'm not comfortable with moving the discretion from the city manager and increasing to 25%. Thank you.
It was only 15.
It was 15.
15.
Okay. Valerie?
Yeah, can I get clarification on the city manager part of it on D? Could you clarify what that is saying? If the site has demonstrated full compliance with the permit conditions and no substantial modifications to it, the city manager or designee might authorize. So what did you?
It says may authorize, and he wants to change it to will authorize.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification on what that was. Okay.
Anybody else? All right. So Brian made the motion to approve with multiple amendments, which I don't think we need to go over unless anybody has any questions before we vote. Yeah, Rick, then Rob.
So Aaron or Mark, what impact does it have when it says the city manager or the designee may authorize or will authorize? Are we tying a total commitment in there with no discretion, or can you give some input?
Yeah, I would be in favor of some finite objective standards rather than just give it to the city manager to try to come up with some kind of subjective reasoning on a case-by-case basis. So you're absolutely correct, Rick, Councilor Riker.
But there are conditions that says if.
So the
The site
wording
has
should
to
be
make full compliance.
shall or will, if that's the intent, rather than may, because that would imply that it's still discretionary.
So Mark's recommendation is shall or will.
Okay, all righty, thank you.
Okay, Rob. You're good? Okay, Brian made the motion this time, so how do you vote?
Yes.
And DJ?
I'm not there yet, no.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
And Rob?
Yes.
All right, this time it passes 7-1, but we are not unanimous. But Julie, first reading, title only?
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass amending Development Code Article 12 zoning districts, Article 14 certain uses, and Article 30 definitions related to social services facilities as amended.
Thank you. So this will come back for a second reading on another day. And while we're at it here, Rick, could I get a motion to extend past 9 p.m.? Thank you, Rick. Somebody want to second that? Vanessa, thank you. Okay, all in favor of extending the meeting past 9 p.m.?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's the first time I ever beat Rick to that, so, but I knew he would give it to me. So next up, we have a second reading on an ordinance amending Development Code Article 12, zoning districts, Article 19, site plan review, and Article 22, residential development standards. This is under our public hearing section, but it's a second reading, so we are not actually open for comments on this one. Council, what do you want to do? Brian?
I move to adopt the ordinance amending Development Code Article 12 zoning, is that, am I on the right one here?
Page
216? No.
213.
I'm very, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I move to adopt the ordinance amending Development Code Article 12 zoning districts, Article 19 site plan review, Article 22 residential development standards, except to retain the solar setback provisions in section 22.600 and all pertinent subsections therein, and have it read by title only, second reading.
Second from Valerie, thank you. Any discussion? All right. On the motion to approve, Brian, how do you vote?
Yes.
DJ?
No.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
And Rob?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 701. Can we have the second reading?
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass amending Development Code Article 12 zoning districts, Article 19 site plan review, and Article 22 residential development standards as amended.
Thank you. All right, we have one last item in the public hearing section here, and then council, I'm going to give you a quick break before we move into council action. But our next step here is a resolution that would authorize the sale of residential property at 202 Northwest A Street.
All right, good evening, Mayor, council, members of the public. Today I'm going to have a brief presentation with regards to the Children's Advocacy Center and a potential property sale. This is for council's consideration the sale of a piece of property, 202 Northwest A Street, to Josephine County's Children's Advocacy Center. This supports council goals of enhancing community safety and providing proper shared leadership involving council staff and the community. The specific property we're talking about is just right behind you from where you're sitting, in essence, if you cross the street. And this is a piece of property that the city has had for a number of years. The county approached the city with a desire to acquire this piece of property. And at previous meetings, city council showed a desire to sell this at appraised value, which is $83,500 to the CAC. The Children's Advocacy Center is an essential part of our continuum of services, especially when it comes to the care of our children. And they do forensic interviews, family and victim advocacy, forensic medical exams, and et cetera. And I'm not going to go into a lot of details because we do have Jim Goodwin here also who can answer any of those questions. So this evening, you've got a couple of alternatives. You can move to approve the resolution authorizing the sale of the property. You can provide directions to negotiate or modify the sale, or you cannot approve the resolution and based on council direction provide further action. And then there's a potential motion in front of you. And I turn it over to you, Mayor.
Thanks. Are there any questions for Aaron? Joel?
Well, if there's no more discussion, I'll make the motion to adopt the resolution authorizing
Hang on,
the
Joel.
sale.
No,
We've got to go out to public.
Well,
yeah. Just any
I
questions?
always do that, don't I? Yeah.
Thanks for
I'll have to
trying.
get a haircut. I'll remember next time.
All right, so we do have Jim Goodwin here from the from the Juvenile Justice Department. Could you please come forward and tell us a little bit about the Children's Advocacy Center?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, members of the public. I'm Jim Goodwin, Director for Josephine County Juvenile Justice, and also a recovering Grants Pass City Councilor, so I'll try to keep it brief. Yeah, so this is, I'd really like to basically answer any questions you have. I know we've been before you a couple times in the last year talking about the program. One of the things I'd like to emphasize is it's not exactly in Josephine County, this program is administered through juvenile justice, and that's not how it is around the state. These programs are generally private nonprofit, and so this is off of the county general fund. This isn't a county general fund asking city for anything outside of those resources. There's a couple of specific funding streams that come from the state and the federal government that fund these mandated services. That's what we get for the program, and that's what we've had historically to fund these services. We have been in need of an upgraded facility for really a decade now, and we've kind of been on this project for about 3 years to finally, we scrapped a lot of ideas and decided we need to build what we need to meet the current need and to take us into the future. The number one goal of the program, the mandated services, are every single case of child abuse or neglect in Josephine County comes through our Children's Advocacy Center. We're a prosecution model or a law enforcement model with our CAC. So detectives working a case, City of Grants Pass or Oregon State Police, we are the sole provider of the services to collect the forensic evidence through an interview for the child or physical evidence if needed through a physical examination. That will go to court, and with the idea that this will hold up and keep the child out of the court process. So we do our job with trained, skilled interviewers and examiners to gather that evidence so that that child never has to go before a grand jury, hopefully, never has to go to court. It's a vital piece in the investigation, case building, and then prosecution with the district attorney. Beyond that, there's the advocacy piece with the work that we do with the family and the victim of the abuse. That's a whole nother, that's more the kind of touchy-feely, this is what we do for abused kids part of the program. But I'm really here primarily as we need this to continue top quality services and really get up to date with our law enforcement partners, our district attorney. Why the specific property? There just couldn't be a better place physically in Grants Pass. Number one, because children's advocacy and treatment centers are, they're designed to be trauma informed. They should not look like a hospital. They should not look like a police station where you bring the child and the family into a sterile environment when they're already traumatized. They go into a place, they get all of the services in one place that really should look more like a residence than an official building. So the fact that this lot, A, abuts to residential property, and we can build a trauma-informed design there that really blends in with the neighborhood is key. And it's also across the street from the DA, 3 blocks from the family court, and across the street from Chief Hensman's detectives that we work with every day. So that's it in a nutshell, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Our initial request was to have the property donated. We would certainly love to revisit that, but we are extremely happy to be before you today with the ability to acquire this property. And lastly, I would say we are extremely excited. We have a current application in with the county's ARPA task force, I think they're calling it, the COVID relief money that came in from the federal government. We were one of the first applications for this capital project under the public health section of how those monies can be spent. So we're very excited at the idea of acquiring the property and maybe actually being very close to some significant funding for it. With that, I'd answer any questions.
DJ?
Thanks for coming. Jim, can you speak to projected costs, sources of funding, where you're at with getting your funding, maybe even speaking about how much funding was awarded through that ARPA task force, maybe how much you asked for? I'd just like to understand a little bit more about that.
Sure. The first part was?
Your funding needs?
Yes.
Your
So
funding sources,
this
and then
is
finishing with ARPA.
Going with the new and improved center, this is if we build it, it will come sort of a situation because with comprehensive services that we will provide with the new center, we can bill for a lot of services that we don't provide right now. So the two main funding streams that we get through the state of Oregon and the federal government will continue. Those come to all 20 CACs around the state. Every county has a mandated service, but some counties are very small, and so there's multiple county centers that provide that service. So that's one of the kind of exciting things about getting the new facility. Assessments that can be done for children in the system that now child welfare go to options to provide. We can provide those, and then we can then bill the state for the service. So as far as an ongoing operations budget, that would be very, very key. We just don't have the physical ability to do that right now. And then our initial estimate for the facility is we actually asked the county in kind of a modular request. The whole estimate right now is about 1.4 million, and we are happy to accept anything, half, 3/4. We'd love to get the full amount and just get this show on the road. But that's the approach that we took, and I understand that there was a motion to move fund half of the project forward to the county commissioners. So I believe that will be in one of their meetings in the next couple of weeks to fund half of it, to the tune of about $700,000 or $800,000.
Okay. And then, as far as your need for, what's the anticipated total need for funding to get that up and running and operational?
Yeah, that's the.
Is that the 1.2 million?
Yeah, our closest estimates right now for the physical plant is 1.4. There's a lot of other options when it comes to foundations. We're working with All Care. We have a lot of irons in the fire on how to equip the facility once it's built. I feel we'll have no problems doing that. Staffing is a combination of county, private, nonprofit, All Care, things like that. So, like I said, it really is a build it and they will come situation.
Any other questions? All right, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Is there anyone from the public that wanted to speak on this issue? All right, we will close the public hearing and move on to council discussion. Joel?
I move to adopt a resolution authorizing the sale of 0.32 acres. Mike. Oh, I just need to talk into it, that's all. I move to adopt the resolution authorizing the sale of 0.32 acres of property located at 202 Northwest A Street to Josephine County for the Children's Advocacy Center.
Looks like Rick had the second. Discussion on the motion? DJ?
I'm of the mind that the city needs to cooperate in an appreciable manner to support the Children's Advocacy Center, given that a large portion of the abuse cases that they handle are within the city limits. Also that their caseload is so great that we need to utilize the services of Jackson County, combined with the cooperation between Grants Pass Public Safety and the benefit that they have there. initial idea was to accept the request to donate this property. I'm still of the mind that that would be a fantastic way to show cooperation with the Children's Advocacy Center, and a fine way to increase the awareness in the community of the problem that we have. Whereas I'm in favor of selling this property, I would still maintain that I think donation in its entirety would be appropriate, with a contingency that that money be reserved in the county to be spent on the efforts to build the new Child Advocacy Center. So that being said, I'm going to vote no on the motion because I believe that that we need to do what we can to support this.
Rick? Then Valerie?
I will be voting in favor of the motion. I feel also that they may be able to find additional funding to cover the purchase price, but I also look at that money and the ability of the city council to use that for low-income housing. So I look at that as a funding source for us. So again, I'm supportive of this going forward as is. Thank you.
Valerie?
Yes, I was just going to basically say the same thing Rick did. I am totally in support of this. I think that the awareness is out there. I think that there's no doubt with the ARPA money for mental health and with the other pots in the fire that indeed this project will get built and be supportive, but I'm also selfishly trying to fill that pot for our SDCs, and all sale of property was something that the past council and this council has been in support of trying to get some funding in that pot. So I'm going to be voting in favor of this.
Any other comments? Rob?
Yeah, I very much respect DJ's sentiment and his comments. I'm going to be voting yes on it, but I really, had this vote been taken a couple of years ago before they had any other funding lined up, I absolutely would have said, and I would have agreed with DJ. And it's still a very nice thought, but I'm going to be voting yes to support it as is.
Any further discussion? All right, Joel, you made the motion, which was to sell the property at $83,500. How do you vote?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
DJ?
No, but please make it understood that I'm not opposed to this sale and in proponent of donation, and that's the reason I would say no.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
All right, motion carries, and we look forward to seeing what you do with the Children's Advocacy Center. Obviously a very worthwhile project. All right, that concludes the public hearing section of our agenda, and with apologies to those people who are still waiting to speak to us, we're going to take a 10-minute recess and then return to council action item D, and then we'll continue with the rest of the agenda as scheduled. So we will come back at 9:11. Gonna keep you guys out of the bars. All right, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you were all able to stretch your legs a little bit. We've got a little bit of stuff yet to talk about tonight. So we're going to move up item D, our discussion on services in the parks. And is there any sort of presentation, or is this just me?
I think you're taking the lead, Mayor. We actually don't have a specific presentation for this item.
Fair enough. All right. So this is a follow-up to our discussion on Monday following the presentation about some of the issues we're having with parks and people needing additional places to use the restroom, as well as getting quite a bit of litter in some of the parks. And so I just wanted us to have a follow-up discussion on this and see what solutions we might have. Toss out the idea there of perhaps putting in some temporary restroom facilities. Joel?
So, Mayor, I disagree with a lot of folks. I think it's the wrong thing to do. In contrast to the code changes, I think that it will, there's no accountability. It will increase the use. You'll get more people, you'll get a bigger mess. I actually have experienced that, as I said previously, managing public land, 25 campgrounds. The biggest messes were the bathrooms, and the bigger the bathrooms, the bigger the mess. And it has nothing to do with homelessness, it has to do with the nature of people. You have a facility there, they just abuse it, and if there's no accountability, then, and if you have it, then more come, and pretty soon you got a bigger mess. And so what I see the proposition doing is increasing the cost of keeping the people in the park. At the same time, we have budget needs throughout the city. They're fairly large and substantial. I mean, I've heard opinions that want to change remodel the inside of the downtown visitor center. I've heard a swimming pool. We got the water treatment plant. They all come from different sources, I understand that. But to increase the public's obligation to not cure the problem, in fact, to make the problem worse, I think is irresponsible, and I can't support it.
Brian?
So what I see is park staff that is struggling. I see staff that brought this issue to our attention so we could address it. And I see park users that need more services in the parks, regardless of who they are. And I care greatly for our city staff. I respect our staff. Our staff does an excellent job, and I don't want to leave them hanging here. So I actually have a question. Do we have any data on cost for putting a couple porta potties and increased trash service? Do we have any estimates on what something like that might cost?
We do. And Jason may also have something to add, but the ADA accessible ones are approximately $9,000 a year. The one we have at the Welcome Center, $745 a month. That does include the hand washing station. So that's an ADA accessible porta potty with a hand washing station, and that also includes 2 cleanings a day, which is what we have right now because of COVID. So that would probably be the same. So those 3 items is approximately $9,000 a year. For a non-ADA, it's $85 a month, so you can drop that by about $1,000.
And any numbers for increased trash service?
So if you go with the large dumpsters, those are going to be around that 75 or so, probably a week. It all really depends on how often they have to be come and picked up. So that varies a lot.
Okay, thanks.
Can I just clarify those numbers? So the ADA restroom is $795 a month?
745.
45, and then the non-ADA is how much?
Well, I'm sorry, that 745 includes, that's $125 a month for the unit. That's
Okay.
$50 a month for the hand wash station and $10 per visit for the extra cleanings. That's where we get the 745.
Okay.
The non-ADA, the only difference there is instead of 125 a month, it's 85.
So it's $40 less. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. I just thought that was a huge discrepancy, so. Further discussion, questions? Rick?
So if we were to do it on a temporary basis, or let's say 2 days a week or something, because we don't want to establish something permanent that we, the city, are obligated for, how would we make that arrangement? Would we put a sign on the unit and it would be there every other week and they pull it off during the off week? Do you have any suggestions?
You're just asking the crowd? Are you asking me?
I guess it's a Mark question because I think it's illegal, just trying to avoid setting up legal obligations.
I think, you know, my best advice is if you're looking at doing it a finite amount of time, a reasonable amount of time, certainly not, hey, 24 hours or something like that, but say, perhaps you would say, let's give it a trial. We'll direct city manager, make a motion to direct city manager to arrange for a 30-day portable restroom allotment wherever you choose.
And to protect ourselves, do we have to put a notice on it that it's there for 30 days and will be removed at that point?
I think Aaron Heisel could weigh in if you'd like. I'm not so sure we need to have it say on there. This is here until, you know, September 30th or whatever the date would be. I think that clearly in our minutes it would reflect a finite duration, and I think that's probably good enough.
Valerie?
I have a question. Are the current restrooms then, what we're saying down at Riverside Park right now, closed at night? Is that how it is? So if currently the bathrooms are open during the day, closed at night, correct? But they're allowed to stay down there at night because that's resting, shall we say. So that is the problem. So if we could put them to see, you know, on a temporary basis to see if it made a difference. I mean, I agree, the staff, you know, I'm appalled that our staff has to go down and take care of what they obviously are having to take care of. But I do think it's one of those things, if you've got people staying there at their night and there's no place for them to use the restroom, I can see that being an issue. I don't know, like needles, I don't know if that solves, I mean, obviously it doesn't solve the problem of people, you know, not being down there, but I can see if it helps with the staff, with the staff retention, that it might be worth doing, but I don't know how you put an end to it as long as the conditions continue.
DJ?
I honestly don't see a solution manifesting from this direction. I actually, on the contrary, think it might exacerbate the issue that we have in our parks. In these instances, when we talk about this, I continue to go back to the injunction that we have in the current litigation that demonstrates what is reasonable in the meantime as far as expectations of services in our community. And I am at this point opposed to reaching beyond that agreement with that consideration, of course, that it is amenable to both parties at the time. So I'm not going to get behind increasing those social services in our public land.
Rick?
So Chief, do you see sexual activity and use of drugs and needles just moving from out in the open into the porta potty, and it really doesn't change activities?
I can't speak to the first question about sexual activity, and based upon the amount of needles and paraphernalia we find, it's obvious that people are using in our parks. But I can't answer the first part.
So then Jason, do you see, or Brad, do you see, well, it's hard to tell until it's done. If we put one out there, will the park employees feel more comfortable? Or if this is just proving a wasted motion, then if it doesn't really change the dynamic that's occurring there, then is it really going to help the employee, as far as you know?
Well, I haven't had that specific conversation with our parks crews. You know, we've had many conversations with them, and honestly, just having the council have the conversation is a support and is a help for them to know that, you know, you're having the conversation. So we definitely appreciate that, but I wouldn't be able to speak for them, you know, to say that issue does or doesn't. I mean, our lead parks person in Riverside, who has been there a couple of years, you know, is the main individual who has, you know, the hands-on work and the struggle. So you know, we would have to have that conversation. I couldn't speak for him.
Brian?
Yeah, I got a question for Brad. So the bathrooms now are pretty centrally located. They're by the playground. And then are there other bathrooms in the park?
So Riverside has 3. There's one that's actually connected to the shop up closer to Park Street, but that's been closed now for about 1.5 years or 2. There's another one that's kind of in that upper parking lot, and then there's the one that's you know, lower, kind of closer to the pavilion. So there are 3 permanent restrooms in Riverside, but only 2 of which are open right now.
The third one that's closed, is it closed for repair? Is it closed permanently?
It was closed, I wasn't here, but maybe Aaron would know, but for vandalism purposes originally, and just has not been reopened.
Okay. So we're all pretty familiar with the park. It's a big park, and the bathrooms are closed at night. And there's people there, you know, at night. And staff brought this to us looking for help. And I'm inclined to make a motion to, on a trial basis, put in increased bathroom and trash services in the park. And rather than specifying exactly what that is, I think if possible, I might leave that to staff discretion as based on what they have seen and what they feel is needed on a trial basis.
Is that a motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a second or a question, DJ? Is there a second on the motion? Second from Vanessa, thank you. Discussion on the motion.
Can
DJ?
you clarify the motion?
It was on a trial basis to have increased bathroom and trash service in the park, but to leave it up to staff discretion. How?
I'm not comfortable with the staff discretion It's not up to staff, this is a policy level decision. And we cannot put staff in the position to make any decisions regarding services in the park. And that's not the only reason I'm opposed, but I believe that to be entirely inappropriate to put that on staff's shoulders. But furthermore, I'm not in favor of this.
Brian?
Would it be appropriate at this time to ask staff for a recommendation?
No.
Mayor?
It's your motion. If you have questions, I guess, if you want to withdraw it or amend it, you are welcome to do so. Do you have a question?
I think I'm going to withdraw the motion and be more specific.
Okay. Vanessa, did you still have something?
It was a discussion point on the motion, I think, and I understand where you're coming from, Councilor Fazer, but in the same sense that park staff came to us with a concern, I think they can then do that again in the future if they have any concerns. I don't see any problems with that.
Joel?
Being the Parks liaison to the City Parks Committee, I'd just like to correct Brian's earlier statement that the staff voiced support for this. I've had some conversations with some staff, and I don't want to put them in a spot, and I don't want to speak for them, but I didn't hear any support for it at all. It is what it is. I mean, what are the facts and what's true?
I would say complaints about our parks and both feces and garbage in our parks are the #1 complaint that I've been hearing from citizens over the past 6 months, and it's been increasing. And I'm asking you all what you're going to do about it. Rob?
So when we use the words trash services, what exactly does that mean? Could someone define that for me? Brian used the word trash services. Could someone define, what did you mean?
It means, I mean, it's subjective, but it means that we are putting in greater effort to have trash receptacles placed throughout the park, so it's easier for people to place things in trash receptacles rather than on the ground.
Okay, so that doesn't solve the problem of our park staff having to clean up needles or anything else, right? Because that problem can still exist. And that, I think, is, I don't think the park staff is complaining about having empty trash cans. That's not their complaint, but it's cleaning up everything that could be on the ground. And I don't think that it addresses that at all.
Brian?
I move to put 2 porta potties in the park, one on either end of the traveled areas. Hopefully that's specific enough, for a 60-day trial period, after which we will evaluate how it's gone.
Please clarify the traveled areas.
So near the 7th Street overpass and near the upper parking lot behind the softball field, in between where Boatnick is and the softball field. Somewhere in those general areas.
Thank you. Is there a second on the motion? Second from Vanessa, thank you. Is there discussion on the motion? DJ?
Yeah, just I think the more clear way is we did have a staff presentation on Monday, and there were no recommended actions. And I think far and away from my experience as a counselor, yes, I have heard some people say in support of social services in the park, but by far and away my experience with talking to constituents is basically in a nutshell that they hate the circumstances that have arisen that allow people to camp in our park and cause the mess in the first place. So we have a problem that requires a solution. I don't see this as a solution. And in the 30,000-foot view that I have regarding social services, particularly on public lands, is my very real concern is that taking steps towards increasing services in our park gets us closer and closer, dangerously so, from ever having the authority to prevent camping in our parks or otherwise. I think that these kind of trash services and sanitation services is step one in a very, very slippery slope. And I'm very concerned about the future of our community and taking these kind of decisions, making them rapidly and thinking that it's a solution. So I just needed to tell everybody that that is a real concern, and I ask you to take that into consideration.
Valerie, then Vanessa.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with DJ on that one, because what I keep hearing over and over again is the very frustration that we are losing control of our parks. And I hesitate, after having listened a little bit to the legal stand, that if we provide them, then it's hard to take them away. That creates problems there. What I'd really like to do is have the conversation, as we have started with the social services tonight, about getting them out of our parks and having other options available. I know that something that was mentioned then was, well, that's a whole nother discussion, and then we're still gonna have the problem. But I feel between a rock and a hard place. I hate this injunction on one hand, or this process that we're going through, because on one hand, I hate to see what's going on in our parks and the fear that people have and the frustration they have about not feeling comfortable down in the parks. And I don't see any other solution than to offer the services someplace else so that the parks are allowed to be used for what the purpose of the parks is for recreating. And I don't know that putting bathrooms in is going to, or other trash is going to do that. I totally sympathize with our parks people. I would, that's one of the reasons I want to get something available outside the parks so that it's not their duty, because that's not what they signed up for. But I'm not sure I want to jump in and add more services down at the parks. I'm not sure that's going to work.
Rick?
I appreciate the comments Valerie has made, and I'm real concerned if we're doing something that it provides a solution, and I'm not hearing that it will provide a solution. So I'm real hesitant on going this direction. Thank you.
Sorry, I skipped Vanessa.
That's all right. This question is for Aaron. Do you have any insight or recommendations on having an outside company that is trained in biohazard removal, assisting us with the increased instances of biohazard in the parks?
You know, I think that's one of the items that Brad is currently exploring right now, is what type of services could we add that would alleviate the additional time required by our park staff to deal with some of those issues, and actually have a specific sanitation / biohazard group come in. And once we find a concept and an idea of someone that might be able to do that, we thought it might be good to bring it forward to you. Ultimately, depending on the cost, we may need to look budgetarily on how that would be funded. But that, I think, would help with the cleanliness of the park and what we're finding.
And I think that would also alleviate some of the concern that we've heard from the Parks Department, is that those folks are not trained in biohazard removal. So I think that may be a missing piece of this puzzle as well.
I think that's a good point.
Brian, then Rob. I won't forget you, Bill.
So we're, instead of giving people a place to go to the bathroom, we're gonna get a biohazard team to clean it up off the ground. Wow. And I don't know if y'all heard the motion, but this is a trial. The motion was for a trial period. We're not locked into anything. We try it, we see if it works. If it doesn't work, then we stop. So I think there's a lot of fear around this that is totally unfounded. It's a trial. If it doesn't work, we'll stop doing it.
Rob?
Well, I definitely appreciate, and it's not just the time of our parks staff having to clean up biohazard. It's obviously not the job that they think that they were hired for. So I think that that's actually a really, really important piece. And I also think that adding some overnight porta potties on a trial basis, I think could be a good idea. I think cleaning up the biohazard or hiring a firm to do that is probably a long-term need of the city, because I don't see that going away. I'd be willing to try the porta potty situation. I don't know how much benefit it's going to create, but it's probably worth finding out. But without hiring a firm to clean up the biohazard, I don't think that we're addressing the real problem that the parks employees are dealing with. And I think that actually is really critical to make their jobs more similar to what they were hired for.
Kurt?
I think part of it comes down to, are we going to discuss possibilities or are we going to discuss probabilities? Because I think if people are spending the night in the park and the bathrooms are closed, it's not unreasonable to expect problems. People are going to need to use the bathroom. It's probable that they're going to poop on the ground. So what Joel talked about may be a possibility, and what Brian's talking about is a test. Let's see if those possibilities are going to become probabilities. So I'm in support of a short-term trial.
All right, just going to hang on here because we've had a good discussion here, but we're having kind of an unusual moment here because we didn't have a staff presentation, so we didn't allow public comment. So before we get to the point of voting or making up our minds on this 100%, I know we have one member of the public at least who wants to speak on this issue. So please come forward and give us your name, and you'll have.
William Lovelace. ADA will be an issue for you. So that any handicapped bathroom is going to have to be placed in a location where handicapped people can access it. So you can't just pick places by the field and places by the entryway. You're going to have a hard surface so a person in a wheelchair can access that bathroom. Needles into a portable toilet. I'm sure DJ would agree with me. When it goes to be cleaned, that the people who pick it up, they're going to charge you for that needle that comes out of that truck. So those are things you should consider.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wanted to speak on this issue? All right, I'll turn it back to council. And there was somebody through here, maybe. DJ, is that a hand? Okay.
Sure, just one more brief kind of point. You know, we can look at other communities that have become kind of examples of providing more and more services that, you know, there's some sentiment out there that it becomes unsavory for that community. And there's also that potential or probability, Kurt, otherwise, that there's a correlation between amount of services that a community provides and the influx of homeless people that might take advantage of those kind of services. So I think we all need to be aware of that as well.
All right, is there any further discussion on the motion? So the motion was to install 2 porta potties at Riverside Park, one near the 7th Street Bridge, one near the upper parking lot between the softball field and the pavilion for a 60-day trial period. Brian, you're up. How do you vote?
Yes.
DJ?
No.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Joel?
No.
Valerie?
No.
Rick?
No.
And Rob?
Yes.
And we have ourselves here a tie, and I am going to try the bathrooms. Motion carries 5-4. All right, good discussion, everybody. We will get that set up and see how the trial period goes. Next up is to consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to provide stormwater system development charge credits to the Summerfield North LLC for oversizing and extending the stormwater system in Radine Drive.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thanks, Aaron. Bye.
So I did provide you with a copy of the presentation, and it is fairly detailed. In respect for your time, I will move fairly quickly to leave time for your questions at the end. But the subject in summary is just a discussion of current request for system development charge credits for installation of public infrastructure alongside of a public development. And this is for approximately 950 linear feet of 30-inch stormwater infrastructure in Radine Drive. And this supports many of your council goals, including providing cooperative shared leadership, encouraging economic opportunities, and facilitating sustainable, manageable growth. So Section 3.10090 does require us to provide system development charge credits where applicable for qualifying public improvements. For those of you that have been on council for a while, we've brought several to you of these over the years. For the new ones, I wanted to kind of go backwards through the rules. And what it says is that a credit shall be given for the cost of qualified public improvement associated with the development that is sized to serve areas exterior to the subject parcel. So what that means is a developer comes in, they need a 12-inch stormwater line to serve their development, but the city of Grants Pass really needs a 30-inch line in front of that property to be able to serve all of the properties upstream. And so the city in those situations will participate in a number of ways, but primarily we will provide system development charge credits for that. In situations where the amount of the credit exceeds the amount of system development charges incurred for the development, it may be transferred to another phase of the original development, or it will be transferred to cash. We cannot move system development charge credits from Radine Drive to the north side of town because it's not for an improvement located in that area. So this specific request, Mr. Cross has submitted a formal system development charge credit request on behalf of Summerfield North LLC. That was received by us July 2nd, 2021 for the installation and extension of oversized stormwater infrastructure along Radine Drive. The engineer provided estimates to the Public Works Department of both the original project cost and the additional cost of upsizing that from 12 inches to 30 inches. And as you can see from that slide, it is $138,000. It is not an insignificant amount of money. And as we have talked about in the past, the Redwood area is always a challenge. It is very, very flat, specifically in the Sand Creek drainage. What that means is that we have to upsize a lot of those pipes in that area to ensure that we are able to get adequate flow of water. This project, however, does reduce the risk of localized flooding in this area, and actually in a fairly significant area. And I'm gonna bring up a map here pretty quick. So the line that you can see, let me turn the pointer on. So the line that we're looking at here is the line that's in question and it's in Radine. The Stormwater Master Plan calls for upsizing in this general vicinity over here. And as those of you that have been on council since the Stormwater Master Plan was adopted, these are sample projects that meet a goal, but they weren't specifically identified and they were all going to need further study. This line actually meets the intent of the Stormwater Master Plan and greatly alleviates low-level flooding in this area. And so it does comply with the master plan. Summerfield North Subdivision Drainage Plan. This is the showing where we are asking the line to be oversized and where that line is actually being extended. It is a very significant project. So the cost implications are this will cost up to $138,540 in system development charge revenue that will not be collected, up to that, for the proposed 26 new houses. Excess funds, however, will be refunded to the developer after the development is all built out. If he has not collected all of that money, any remaining funds will be returned to him so that he is made whole for the installation of that line. We do tentatively have the call to action for tonight, but can be deferred at your discretion. Your alternatives are to approve the request for system development charge credits or do not approve the request as presented, and I would answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Jason. Questions for Jason? No? All right. Do we have anyone here who wanted to speak on this? All right, please come forward and give us your name.
Stephen Nelson. I live on Sand Creek, so my question is, where does it drain? Does it drain into Sand Creek? That's my question, because Sand Creek is already challenged. It rises faster every year, and so I'm concerned about it. I don't know where it ultimately drains. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public who wanted to speak? All right. We'll close public comment and turn it over to council for discussion. I see Brian and then DJ.
I move that the resolution authorizing system development credits as presented be authorized.
Is there a second? Second from Rick? Second. I was like, of all things, was this going to die for a second? Okay. Well, I saw Rick first, so we'll give it to Rick. But did you have a comment, DJ?
So, yeah, in honor of Mr. Nelson's request, where does this drain?
So it is part of the larger Sand Creek Basin. This one, there will be retainage also installed as part of the subdivision. This is draining, I don't think drains directly into Sand Creek, but it probably does end up there downstream. If I go back to the map, you can see that you're right there at Redwood Avenue and it's continuing down Radine. It will end up in Sand Creek before it gets to the river. But in the parts where we're having issues, which is more the parts between Redwood Highway and Redwood Avenue, I think it does help to alleviate that flooding by getting more water away quicker.
Sure, thank you. And then just a brief comment too. You don't have to, I don't have any more questions, but you know, we talk often about incentives and otherwise to help facilitate development, and I'd like everybody to recognize that this is one of them, and this is a very clever application of that, and I'm proud to be a part of this because this is the kind of thing that will help development. So yeah.
Any further discussion? All right, the motion was to authorize, and how do you vote?
Yes.
Brian? DJ?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
And Rob?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0. Next up, that one was quick and easy. Next is going to consider a resolution that would authorize the city manager to execute change order number 3 with Sladen Construction Group for changing site conditions relating to underground debris, sorry.
Debris, yes.
A little late, I read the S there.
It is a little bit late for some of those words. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This one will probably take us just a little bit longer. I do want to give you a brief project background, project summary, and update on where we are at with the J Street property cleanup package, project number WA6207, and including the authorization or potential authorization of change order number 3. This does relate to your council goals. It is a 3-star item and building a replacement water treatment plant, maintain and operate and expand our infrastructure. So as you recall, on March 1st of this year, the city took ownership of the J Street property. And on March 3rd, we were in front of you with our owner's rep, Mr. Talley, to lay out a schedule for getting that property cleaned up, as well as getting an RFP or a request for proposals out on the street for hiring a design builder. The cleanup project was advertised in the Daily Courier and on the Daily Journal of Commerce on March 8th and 9th, as well as on the 15th and the 16th, and mandatory pre-bid meetings were held on March 19th to clarify bidders' questions. And on April 9th, proposals were received from 5 qualified firms. The engineer's estimate for the project, as you recall from the presentation when we awarded this, was $878,666. We had 5 proposals ranging from $544,645 to over $768,000, with Sladen Constructors as the apparent low. So on May 5th, we did award that contract to Sladen Construction, and Sladen mobilized and began site work on June 2nd. Now, note, after a comprehensive selection process on June 29th of 2021, the city did notice a notice of intent to award the water treatment plant design build project to Sladen Construction. And we've got a very extensive presentation for you on that whole process for Monday. So as you recall, the J Street project was just to develop approximately 7.7 acres of industrial property. We needed to go in there, get the buildings down, get the site cleaned up, take care of any immediate environmental issues. It was really just to mitigate it and ensure that stormwater was treated, that we were able to collect that stormwater and not have water running off of our site and onto our neighbors. Also to ensure that the site was secured by adding new fencing, and that work has been progressing at a rapid rate. It has been known that this site was an industrial facility for a very, very long time, very long time. And our due diligence did show a couple of areas of concern. However, nothing was very major. We did find a little bit of environmental contamination, which we talked to you about. That contamination was low level enough that the report indicated all of that material could remain on site. We could not relocate it to another site without going through a different process, however. Since excavation has begun, it's become clear that the northern portion of the site, and possibly more, has been used to dispose of, and I'm putting this in quotes, fill, including items like tires, metal banding, railroad ties, trucks, bathroom fixtures, concrete, asphalt, and more. It's been a virtual potpourri of items with every shovelful. Additionally, we have found concrete building foundations that have been discovered buried under about 3 to 6 feet of fill that are extensive. So I did want to go back. This is footage, or shots that we showed you from previous. We did do fairly extensive boring. What's important to note with geotechnical and environmental borings is they are very small holes located across a very large site, and it is very easy to miss items. The area in question, let me back up. Where we've been digging the stormwater retention is in this general vicinity, and that's where we've dug the deepest on the site. You can see that that area was encumbered by trailers, fairly significant amount of them when we were doing our testing, so we didn't test directly under them. And then the triangles were a geotech boring, and this one happened to miss everything. And that is just outside, we think, of the concrete slab that we're going to show you pictures of here in just a second. So this is some photos of just some of the items that we have been collecting on site. It is significant, and there is quite a bit of it. If I am not mistaken, the tire count is over 300? 245 is what I just heard from the contractor. They'll be available for your questions here shortly. This picture here it looks like a runway, but that is a concrete slab that was buried under about 4 feet of soil, and it is right in the middle of where the pond has to be, so we need to get this out of here. And then this is a raw photo of just a blank shovel full with a little bit of scrap metal, tires, wood, you name it, it's been buried on this site. A couple more photos showing some other structures that have had to be removed. It should be noted that this structure here, which is the same in both of these pictures, was actually covered under change order 1 and 2, which I'm going to talk about here in just a second, as well as I believe the bulk of that pipe. So this change order does have several implications for the project, including these materials such as tires, woody debris, and metal. They have to be removed and hauled to the landfill in order for us to continue to grade the site properly. Landfill fees and trucking are expensive. The material removed from the stormwater pond was needed to grade the site. So if we are unable to take that material and place it directly back onto the site, that means we have to haul all that material away and then haul back in material to grade the site to the proper elevations, and we want to avoid that. It also will result in time delays. This material is taking longer to dig through. It's not like you can just grab a shovel. You sometimes are fighting to get around tires or other long pieces of metal that are embedded. And this fill, as it is, may be spread across a much larger area of the pond. I need to make it clear that we really have only dug over a very small area, speaking. I mean, it's almost about an acre portion where the pond is, maybe a little bit larger, but there's still another 6 acres to go, and we still have to put a water plant on that material. But we have a plan. So just a quick up-to-date, change order number 1 was for removal of that scale, an illegal septic tank, a large underground pipe that we have no idea where it came from or where it went. It just left the site and went under the parkway somewhere, so that's been capped off. We also removal and obsolete of an inoperable storm drain infrastructure. There was a fairly extensive storm drain system installed on the property, but it is apparent that none of it worked. It was all plugged with dirt, every last bit of it. And that was a total of $23,860. Change order number 2, much smaller, and this installed an additional storm drain manhole in J Street to help us to avoid utility conflicts and ensure that we had short enough reaches between the 2 manholes so that we were able to clean that line in the future. And that was for $4,093. So change order number 3 covers the removal, sorting, and disposal of the buried debris from the stormwater area and from some subsequent exploration. The screening of the material to eliminate large chunks and so that we can salvage any remaining soil that's there and replace it on the site. It also performs extensive potholing. What that means is we have a plan to dig a lot of holes across the site so we know exactly what is buried and where it's buried. That will help us to inform future decisions related to the treatment plant technology selection. And you can see there we are planning on drilling an additional 18 holes across the entire site. And here is what we are planning on doing. This is happening on site right now. We could not wait to mobilize some of this equipment. We will be sorting. We now have 2 piles. We have a large pile of debris that can be hauled away and recycled. And we have soil that is suitable for replacement on the site for grading. The plan is to recycle as much of the concrete as possible, as well as any asphalt that is dug up. The asphalt is going right next door to the Oslands, and the concrete is being hauled over to Robco for crushing and reuse as sellable material. The tires and some of the other materials, the woody debris, that all has to go to the landfill. And that's the only part of the area that we've really excavated quite a bit. We've had a few other holes that we've dug up and found things, but that's about the area that we're dealing with. And the plan for where we want to do the additional excavation. We will dig 18 test holes. They will be approximately 6 feet deep or better, and large enough to really see what there is down there for us to deal with. So what are the cost implications? $5 million was allocated for property acquisition and site cleanup. As you recall, property acquisition ended up costing $4.78 million in the settlement. The site cleanup package was just over $500,000 at $544,000. Change order numbers 1 through 3 has a total value of over $380,000 for a total of about $5.713 million, which is about $700,000 over our original allocation for property and cleanup. I personally believe, and I believe our team believes, we will still complete this project on time and on budget. That has been very clear from me to all of the bidders that this job is going to come in on the budget that we have listed, and we will make that happen. So the cost of change order number 3 is to not exceed $356,216 and the 4 cents. That might come in handy later. What's really important to note, $98,643 of that is strictly allocated to material testing and landfill fees. The volume and the price is actually in the packet where the detailed cost estimate is. I believe it's in the packet. It's $65 a ton to dispose of material at the landfill. And if we have to haul, dirty concrete that Robco won't take or dirty asphalt that somebody else can't utilize, that's going to cost us a lot of money. It's in our best interest to recycle as much of that material on site as possible. So the engineer's estimate for the project again was $878. Total contract price with the change order is $928,814. So we are about 5% over the engineer's estimate for the project still. However, I do want to note that yesterday at the Josephine County City of Grants Pass Solid Waste Agency, we were awarded a grant. The City of Grants Pass was for $101,000, which will cover disposal fees and testing of the material that is being hauled to the landfill, which greatly helps offset our costs for this change order. Your call to action date is scheduled for today, but can be deferred at discretion. However, I do want to note that the contractor will be running out of work very shortly. And with that, I did want to point out that we do have Dick Talley here, our owner's rep, and Rob Beckloff. I will get it right by the end of the project. We've got like 4 or 5 years to work on this, hopefully. Are here to answer any direct questions related to the construction on site.
All right, council, do you have any questions for Jason? Rick?
So Jason, when we purchased the property, was there nothing in the agreement that if we found something that the owner was responsible for, that we cannot assess him compensation?
I'm going to let Mark speak to that directly, but I did chat with Mark about this, and because of the nature of the sale, I think that we could say there were no warranties or implied or otherwise.
Yeah, so typically you would only be able to obtain some kind of monetary compensation like this in a property transaction if you can prove that the seller knew about this and didn't disclose it, and only then if they didn't sell it as is and they made no warranties or representations. So when you do the eminent domain process, you have to make an unqualified offer, meaning essentially you forego the usual reps and warranties, disclosures and whatnot that are typically found in a more normal arm's length real estate transaction. So we're on our own on this one.
Okay, well, I understand it's pretty hard to trace back the concrete and other items, but usually I believe car tires have a date on them, and Osland has really promoted the fact that they've owned the property for 70 years. So if any of the tires were shown to be less than 70 years old, which I imagine they would be, seems like they should be able to contribute towards that recycling effort on that.
Well, that would be strictly voluntary, and given all the past, I think it's best that we just continue to move our own direction and not re-engage on anything regarding the property.
All right, thank you.
Any questions, Brian?
So this change order is for $356,000 or so, and it's just for the retention pond area, right? So there's a good possibility that there will be another change order for the rest of the property as we find further debris.
Sorry, that's the question I was waiting for. The short answer is possibly. And I know that that's really kind of wishy-washy, but I want to clarify that. It is possible that when we dig these 18 holes and we find extensive underground contamination, that is going to inform your technology selection option. When we talked about technology selection, conventional water treatment plant, most of the structure is underground, only a small portion is above ground. When we talked about membrane technology, that is almost exclusively built at grade, so you're not digging into the ground. So if we go across this entire site and there is a lot more material buried underground that is unsuitable, that we would have to dig up and remove again, I think likely that is going to inform our technology selection phase that we're getting ready to talk about on Monday, and it probably will likely shorten that up. If we get into the middle of the site, I'm going to back up, and this middle, for some reason, is miraculously free of debris and it's totally suitable, then we can go back and really look at that technology and conventional versus membrane and really do the full analysis. But the additional costs for processing this material will go into that analysis.
Okay, so there's a fairly high likelihood that we're going to be shoehorned into using a particular technology because of this?
I think that there is a very high likelihood that that is a fair statement.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jason? Were you gentlemen wanting to speak or just here to answer questions?
Just here to answer questions.
Okay. Well, we've kept you up late. I want to give you 3 minutes if you want it. Do you have any questions for the contractors? All right. Is there anyone from the public who wanted to speak on this issue? Yes. Please stand up and state your name.
Well, I'm shocked, to be honest with you, to listen to this. When you were going through this whole process of buying this piece of property, some of you weren't here, due diligence. You hired a firm to go out there and do due diligence before you bought the property. Why in the hell didn't they dig test holes? Why is this only coming up tonight? Wow. Incompetence.
Anybody else who wanted to speak? All right. Council, I will turn it over to you for discussion. Do we need to do some stretching exercises? Brian.
So because at this point it seems like we really don't have any other option, I guess I'll just move to approve the change order number 3 for the J Street site.
Is there a second? Rob with the second. Is there discussion on the motion? All right, the motion was to approve the change order. Brian, how do you vote?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
And Rob?
Yes.
All right, change order is approved. Thanks for sticking with us tonight, guys, for questions. All right, I believe we're on item number C, a resolution demonstrating support for the 2021 to 2023 Housing Production Strategy Planning Assistance Application to the Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Believe it or not, there's no PowerPoint on this one. This is simply referencing your resolution that is there starting on page 469. So housing is one of the council's high priorities. It is also under House Bill 2003, a requirement that the city, since we are a city over 10,000 people, prepare a housing production strategy. So this is a follow-up basically to our housing needs analysis, which was completed, the draft was completed last month, and we'll be holding hearings, starting in December or January. So what the statute says is any city over 10,000 people in Oregon has to adopt a housing production strategy 1 year after the housing needs analysis. So the state did give funding to support the preparation of a housing production strategy. And this is a program that we are applying for to basically tap into that money that the DLCD has to help us assist with that. So the housing production strategy is basically how are we going to address the needs that are identified in the housing needs analysis. We have to come up with, 5 to 6 specific strategies for how we're going to do that. Your housing committee has already done a lot of work on this, but this is basically putting that into a formal document. So the request for you tonight is just a statement of support so that the application that we submit on August 30th will contain the City Council support and demonstrate to the DLCD that you are behind the request to have a consultant who will assist the community development with this.
All right, any questions for Brad? Is there anyone from the public who wanted to speak on this issue? All right, we'll turn it back over to council for discussion. Council? Brian?
I move to support submittal of the DLCD Planning Assistance Application for the HB 2003 Housing Production Strategy Consultant Program.
Second from Valerie, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. The motion was to support. And how do you vote, Brian?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
And Rob?
Yes.
Sounds like you've got a lot of support. All right. Next up, we're going to consider a resolution declaring a state of emergency in Grants Pass due to COVID-19. And if you check in your supplementary packet with the lavender, this is a new thing, Joel. You want the small lavender packet that was put on your desk tonight. We'll have a copy of the proposed resolution in it, and it looks like Aaron's going to start us off.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. I just have a brief presentation. This is in front of you, a declaration of emergency in response to COVID-19, and also the declaration of emergency is there to support recovery efforts. Relationship to goals is to keep citizens safe and provide cooperative shared leadership involving council staff and the community. So this is a declaration of emergency. It declares a local state of emergency as a precautionary measure to provide the city with increased flexibility in terms of resources, purchasing, emergency responses. It's not a declaration of a public health emergency. That is not our role. That is the role of public health. This declaration does express the seriousness of COVID-19 situation and the importance of taking preventative steps to slow the spread of the virus in our community. Your call to action is scheduled for this evening, and your alternatives are to adopt the resolution, amend the resolution based on council discussion, or reject the resolution, and there's a potential motion in front of you. And Mayor, I turn over to you.
Thank you, Aaron. Are there any questions for Aaron? Brian?
Thanks, Aaron. I just had a question on the resolution on the second page under number 6. It talks about how the city may adjust, waiver, defer permit fees, registration fees, etc. And then below that it says the city may also adjust, waiver, defer fees for building modification or for other purposes. That first part, it says we can do these things to facilitate services during this emergency. Does that mean that we can do those as they directly relate to the emergency, or that we can, it just kind of opens up more broadly?
So what it does is this provides for a little more flexibility in an immediate response. We didn't see that in the first phase of COVID, so I don't anticipate that we would be utilizing some of these clauses in the second phase, but they're there for that flexibility. So if there's all of a sudden something that needed to occur within the business sectors or building that required certain barriers immediately and those kind of things, then we have the option in order to help increase and incentivize that to happen, to maybe change the fees, waive the fees, change the building permit process in order to get that done in a more expedient fashion.
Okay. Would council be notified of those things? Not that we would need to approve them, because this declaration would allow you to approve them, but would we be notified that these things are being done?
Yeah, in emergency, what it would do is it provides the flexibility for the city manager in that quick response. And we're talking, a pandemic is a little different than, say, like a hurricane or something along those lines. So if there is something that falls outside the parameters of the normal purchasing or regulatory authority of the city manager that is established in code, then those actions would then be followed up by notification to council of what actions occurred.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, I'll turn this over to the public. Is there anybody from the public who wanted to speak on this issue? Nope. Okay, going back to council, is there council discussion? Rob?
Yeah, most of this is acceptable to me. I can go into detail or just in general, but number 7 on the first page, to ensure the City of Grants Pass is fully aware of the importance to support recovery efforts and vaccinations related to COVID-19. The way this is written, this is basically saying that the city or the council is advocating for a particular medical procedure, which would be the vaccination. I don't see any doctors on the dais tonight. We have no city medical official, and I don't feel that we should be giving any medical advice. Just to touch the surface of that, for instance, many of you have heard of the Cleveland Clinic, very well respected internationally. I've actually used some of their tests, or my doctor, I should say, has used them on me or for me. And they, for instance, they have 52,000 employees. They recently published a paper that said that they found no benefit whatsoever for their employees who are COVID recovered, who got a vaccine, versus just those who are COVID recovered. So the point that I'm making is that to recommend vaccination maybe to a pregnant woman in her first trimester, or possibly even a COVID recovered person, I think goes way beyond the authority and the appropriateness for the council. I'm going to offer some alternative language and see, as a thought starter, and see if people have any interest in something like that. But I would like it to see, I would be agreeable to ensure the City of Grants Pass is fully aware of the importance to support recovery efforts and doctor-patient communication to help people make wise decisions regarding COVID-19 vaccination. So we'd be supporting basically the doctor-patient relationship and whatever it is they decide is best for a given person.
Who's up next? Kurt, then Rick?
I think we received plenty of good information earlier tonight that is consistent with leaving the language just the way it is.
Rick?
I agree with Kurt. I feel that the presentation by Asante staff is obvious that vaccinations are important. I don't think this is dictating anything. I think it just says that there are some solutions out there and we support vaccinations. That doesn't mean people still don't consult their doctors. Thank you.
Vanessa?
I as well support keeping the language the way that it is. We did hear from 2 professionals who admitted that they have degrees in public health, imploring us to get vaccinated as a community. So I would support number 7 remaining the way that it is.
Brian?
I move to adopt the resolution declaring a state of emergency in Grants Pass to support recovery efforts related to COVID-19.
Is there a second? Valerie, thank you. All right, any further discussion on the motion? Joel,
No.
then Rob.
Well, I just had one thing in favor of Rob's position. It is important that primary care provider-patient relationship, because they're familiar with the history of the patient, they're familiar with the autoimmune, the previous bad reactions or whatever, and anything we can do to support the role of primary care providers and people to get advice from their primary care provider That's an important relationship, not only in COVID, but in any other thing, and any development coming up regarding COVID, because there's going to be, this isn't the last development. This might not even be the last vaccination effort. There might be a new vaccination needed this winter, depending on the variety, or there might be heaven forbid, a lockdown like there was in Australia and New Zealand today. That personal touch, one of the things that strikes me is I got two friends, at least two friends, whose life would be endangered if they got the disease. Neither of them got vaccinations. And I gave them that advice that Rob just said. I said, you need to go talk to your primary care. And then also, I'd be very pissed at you if you die on me. And they're both nice people. They're both reasonable people. And they make informed decisions. So, it is what it is.
Rob?
Yeah, I guess with all the publicity surrounding vaccinations, it's not surprising people seem to feel the way they do. I know a person, some of you probably know him, he's in the construction industry. I'm not going to mention his name. He got COVID. It was, fortunately for him, a very minor case. Within about 12 or 13 days, he was fine. He ended up getting a vaccine at a drive-through clinic, and I don't believe that there is any kind of reasonable medical advice given at a drive-through clinic, any more than there would be if they went to get a Dutch Brothers. And went through a drive-through clinic, and as some of you may know, some of you may not know, the medical advice is that you should not get a vaccine within 90 days of having recovered from COVID. Okay, 90 days is interesting because he missed 3 months worth of work. He got so ill from getting that vaccine at a drive-through clinic 13 days after he'd been diagnosed with COVID. So to support that kind of action by saying vaccines are foremost and the doctor-patient relationship is secondary, I think is a huge mistake.
Any other comment on the motion? All right, the motion was to support the resolution, and was that Brian who did that? Okay, Brian, start the vote.
I'm going to vote yes, and I also think Rob's idea to have vaccinations at Dutch Bros drive-thrus is a great idea.
TJ?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Joel?
I'll abstain.
Valerie?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
And Rob?
No.
All right, that was a 6-1 there. All right, so our next topic is on a similar vein here, and if you turn to the back lavender page in your supplementary packet, you will see a draft of a letter to the Board of Commissioners. So just as an update, you all know that I had requested from the state that perhaps we could receive the vaccine promotion funds that the state had offered to the county, that the county was initially not inclined to accept. My understanding is that earlier this evening, while we were meeting, they were also meeting, and that they have now decided to accept those funds from the state. And so I believe that the plan is that we now need to go through the county to help distribute those, because I'm not sure that they are interested in coming up with a plan for how to promote the vaccine or distribute the funds. But in any case, those details remain to be seen. Purpose of the letter is to make a statement, I guess, about our position, as well as to express interest in partnering with that effort. So, do you have any discussion? Maybe we should, we'll do some discussion, then we'll take it to the public. Let's see, I saw Rob, then Brian, then DJ.
One aspect of the letter, or something I think should be included in the letter, and obviously everyone's got a different opinion, I think that financially incentivizing, when you're talking about where to use the money, financially incentivizing the vaccines, I think is has nothing to do with any biological or even social basis for getting them. I think that biologically incentivizing minors, I guess we heard a story recently about a 15-year-old who got a big lump sum, but biologically, financially incentivizing minors to get the vaccine, quite frankly, I think is immoral. And I don't think that the money should be used in any way, shape, or form for, I would call it the bribe payments or the financial incentives. So that is, but again, other people might feel that we should spend all the money financially incentivizing, but to me, that's not a biological basis for making a decision.
Brian.
So I think the letter's great. Given what I heard from the county today, the only thing that I might ask just to expedite this process, because it's already drug on for weeks and weeks, is to have a specific ask for an amount. Because I heard tonight that they are going to accept the money and basically they're going to be waiting for requests for money. So I would like maybe as a part of this to be a specific request as far as an amount. And I don't know what that amount should be. It probably shouldn't be the whole amount, but maybe it should be proportional to the population of the county. But I think considering putting a specific amount ask in there might be good to expedite things.
It's tricky at this point because nobody's been able to say what the rules of this particular ask are, so I believe they want us to submit some sort of proposal, but I haven't heard that from them yet. It's more than just a financial amount. I think they want a plan to go with it. Just as a note. Did you still have a question, DJ, or comment? No? Anybody else? Joel?
So I got the vaccine, and I believe there's value in vaccination. The people I know that haven't taken the vaccine, having the government spend $1 million to try to convince them to spend it. The people I know, that won't work. And, we may wish it could work or whatever, and then the other thing is, so we're not really vaccinating for this surge over the next month. We're vaccinating for the next variant that comes along, because by the time you get vaccinated now, it's going to be, by the time it's effective, you'll be past that surge. So I'm kind of perplexed by that. I speak the truth. I don't know the answer. The people that I know thinking that their tax dollars are getting spent to convince them of something that they're already convinced of. I don't know. It's a cultural thing. It's personal belief, and it's the role of the individual versus the role of government. And I'm not sure it's a wise use of dollars. I guess we could try it, but I would have to think there might be an even better use for those dollars. I don't know what that would be at this point in time. And I understand the interactions between the mayor and the council and the county commissioners, how that's looking, towards the future or not. And those things are okay, and that's what people do. But I just had to share my thoughts, because I think my thoughts are true. The people that haven't taken the virus, now the only thing that's going to convince them is you could drive over to Asante, you see the lines, and it's about 5 blocks long, and everybody's getting a test. You get 3 employees at work that get it, and you've been exposed, you just had heart surgery, like one of my friends did. You start to think a little bit. But to have a billboard or get paid $25 to do it, I don't know that, or an advertisement in the paper, I don't know that's going to work. I'll be quiet. Sorry to take up so much time.
Vanessa?
I'd like to say thank you, Mayor Bristol, for compiling this letter. It's wonderfully written. I agree with everything on it. I would like to say that, to share something personal, after Monday's workshop, I had somebody very near and dear to me choose to get vaccinated after hearing what those medical professionals, after hearing their alarm calls for people to get vaccinated. So I think we, as a council, should think outside of the box of what promotion can be defined as. Promotion can be flyers. Promotion can be a billboard. Promotion can be a public forum with medical professionals that are qualified to speak on pandemics. So I think promotion can look like a lot of things, and I think if there is an amount of money that can come into the community and provide economic velocity and help bolster the resiliency of our community out of a pandemic, I think that we would be silly to not take advantage of that.
Any further discussion? Valerie?
I'm going to agree that I can't see not doing something with the opportunity there. And you're right. I think it's going to take, bringing, I think what I'm also starting to see is there's people that are requiring it. I mean, that's just the reality. I mean, I do believe there's going to be requirements. And if that's the case, then we need to be right there with the vaccines ready to go. So just an education. I'm not exactly sure what proposal to put forth either, but I do think, that it's important that we do something and that we try to use that money in some way to make it, to get across the finish line. And I think what's going to do it is, like I said, the medical people talking about what's going on in the hospitals, just sitting here watching my, Mobile, Alabama, they don't have any ambulances left. I mean, that's what's going to convince people. But the minute they're convinced, you've got to be there and have those vaccines available. So.
Yeah, I'll note, the reason why I put you all through the torture, I guess, of having to listen to the doctor's presentation for 2 times in a week, which I actually sat through the county commissioners yesterday, a good chunk of that, so I've heard it 3 times. But we got 2,700 views so far of our YouTube meeting from Monday. Last week's was 37. So it is getting shared out there. People are passing it around. We've got to hope that, at least some of those people are people who weren't already vaccinated, and, that they're getting new information and questions answered, and that it's helping to make a difference. So I don't know, this is the worst part of trying to come up with a plan when you don't know what the parameters are. Does it have to be used only for promotion, or can it also be used for facilitating clinics, and getting like mobile clinics that go around to people who, either can't or won't go, to a place to, get their own, to go to a doctor's office themselves. I don't know. I know that half the money is supposed to be used to help underserved populations. Again, I have no idea what that, is that based on income, race, age? I have no idea. So it's, I can't come up with a good plan before I know the rules of the game, but I guess just want to play and see what we can do to help. I guess at this point, since I did write you all into the letter for saying on behalf of the Grants Pass City Council, if you would be inclined to take a vote to make sure that I can give your approval, that would be fantastic. Brian.
Yeah, I move that we vote on the letter, I guess, or approve the letter.
Okay, motion, vote to approve the letter. Vanessa with the second. Any discussion on the motion? Kurt?
I do fear that Joel is somewhat right, that some people are dug in and no amount of money is going to do anything. Unfortunately, those people are dug in because some folks are spending no money and passing around propaganda and ignorance about the vaccine. And we got to do something. Doing nothing's not an option. So I'm going to be in favor of it.
All right, anybody else? Joel?
Well, I'm going to abstain. The primary care relationship is really important, and you can get phone calls to them. I mean, you know, I've been there for 10 years just as an office manager and trying to care for 1,500 patients. And it's a very valuable relationship, and it's where this type of effort needs to be. And I don't know how this money's going to be spent that way. So depending on how the money's spent, so that's why I'm going to abstain. I think it might just be a waste of money.
All right, Rob?
Yeah, I too will be abstaining for the same reason. Again, I feel that financially incentivizing vaccines, especially to underage children, is immoral. I would never want to see it used that way. I feel that teenagers especially can be easily convinced or dissuaded from any position. I shouldn't say any position, but many positions. And until I would know how the money was going to be spent, I would have the concern that it would be being used inappropriately, especially to influence children. For all we know, there are going to be, cartoon type commercials or cartoon things that are meant to appeal to children, and I feel that that's very, very inappropriate. Also, in response to Kurt's comment that the reason some people are dug in is because a few people are promoting misinformation, I just can't let that stand without commenting. There are many reasons that people may have decided not to get vaccinated. To oversimplify like that and to polarize like that actually serves no one. And I don't think that's the message we got from the doctors. I know that's not the message that's not the message especially they gave Monday. They were talking about community, they were talking about respecting each other, taking care of each other, not polarizing and not promoting ad hominem attacks. So I take offense to that.
Any further discussion? Rick?
One thing I like in the letter is you encourage citizens to talk to their doctor, but the other thing that has been disturbing me over time, and I realize I respect other people's decision and it is their choice whether to have the vaccination or not, that the amount of misinformation I've been hearing, it's hard to come back with a rebuttal because it's so off the wall for some of the people that you really can't respond. And I think it's sad that society has moved to a point where people don't challenge the information they're getting. And you need to hear the truth, and people need to have the facts, and a lot of people aren't seeking that. And I think that's sad. Thank you.
Further discussion? All right, the motion was to approve the letter, and Brian, you started. How do you vote?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Joel?
I have to go against my wife and I'll abstain. She'd probably vote yes.
Yes.
Yes from Valerie and Rick.
Yes.
And Rob.
Abstain.
All right. I don't understand the abstention versus a no, but anyway, it carries 6-2. So thank you, and we will send the letter out. Let's see where
So
we
the
are
difference
at.
between a no and an abstention is not knowing how the money's going to be used, and is it going to be useful, or is it going to be just spent? That was the I don't have a complete information.
Don't have adequate information, all right. Next up, we have some committee appointments. So first is bikeways and walkways, and for these, we have the yellow sheets in front of you. So please find the yellow sheet for the Bikeways Walkways Committee. We have 3 candidates who applied for this vacancy and listed in alphabetical order. They are Benjamin Betterly, Jim Coulter, and Shane Hickman. We have a note that the committee recommends Benjamin Betterly, says that his sole mode of transportation is via bicycle. 365 days a year, Benjamin is reliant on alternate modes of transportation, and he will be able to provide a unique perspective to the committee. Most cyclists on the committee take sporadic rides, but it isn't their sole source of transportation. As such, Benjamin would be a valuable member of the team. So, that said, what you all need to do is pick your top preference and put it on your sheet. Write your name on it, hopefully in a way that I can read. Pass it down this way, and then we will take a formal vote. All right. We have unanimous support for Benjamin Betterly. Is there a motion? Valerie?
Did you call me? Okay. I make a motion that we accept Benjamin Betterly to the Bikeways and Walkways Committee.
Thank you. Second from Brian. Any discussion on the motion?
I would just like to say that I agree that having somebody who's a cyclist to get around is a great opportunity. It's been my recent experience that riding a bicycle can be a little frightening on the streets, and the more connectivity we have around town and the better safety we have for somebody who's on the bike, he will be a great representative of that.
Further discussion? Rob?
Yeah, real quick, I would agree, Valerie. I know when I was on the bike committee, most of the people on the bike committee bike for recreation, not transportation. And when I was on the bike committee, there were things that I actually brought to that committee that others didn't. And some of the railroad crossings and other things I think got done because some of those observations, again, of a transportationalist rather than a recreationalist. So I would agree that that's a good choice.
Further discussion? All right, Valerie, you made the motion to appoint Benjamin Betterly. How do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
And Joel?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, we have an appointment to the Committee on Public Art. There are 2 openings on this committee, and 2 candidates have applied, and they are listed in alphabetical order. We have Patty Crumpton and Elizabeth Dahlgren, and the committee recommends them both. The committee actively reached out to the community for membership, and both of the candidates were invited to apply for the open positions. The applicants are both qualified and will be positive additions to the committee. Valerie?
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Patty Crumpton and Elizabeth Dahlgren to the Committee of Public Art.
All right, with a second from Rick and from Joel, gets the 2.5. Any discussion on this motion? All right, and I mean, just for the record here, there were two candidates, and they're both nominated, and that's what the pink sheets show as well. So, Valerie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
And Joel?
Yes.
Yay. All right, we got 2 more committee appointments taken care of there. All right. Now comes the moment you've all been waiting for, public comment. At least 3 of you have been very patiently waiting. This is an opportunity for the public to address the City Council on items not related to a public hearing or council action item for the council. The intent is to provide information that is pertinent to the city's jurisdiction. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the City Council as one body, not to individuals. At the conclusion of public comment, council will have an opportunity to respond. This meeting will proceed in an effective and courteous manner. Citizens and council members will be allowed to state their positions in an atmosphere free from slander, threats, or other personal attacks. Signs or placards, outbursts of applause, campaigning for public office, or other disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. If you have a question regarding any government-provided service or a current city policy, please contact the city manager's office in an attempt to resolve the matter. First up tonight is Stephen Nelson.
If all of you can endure, I can endure. Thank you for letting me speak. Recently, I spoke regarding the amended demolition ordinance, And I will not stop until the city confirms to the public that the demolition ordinance will be enforced fairly. When Northridge Home Builders and contractor Copeland illegally demolished 2 homes in my neighborhood and thereby caused a hazardous cloud of dust to adversely affect the neighborhood, I reported them to the city, but the city did nothing. I then reported them to DEQ, and they jumped right on the violation. Northridge hated me for doing that, but I told them that I would do it again in a heartbeat. They are developers and have a responsibility to make sure their projects are done safely and according to the law. They did not do that. Travis Boersma is also a developer, and so he has the same responsibility, as does the contractor Robco. They did not do that, and so I reported the illegal demolition at the Boersma project to the city. But again, will the city also not hold them accountable for the ordinance violation? Money seems to be doing the talking within the business environment of the city and developers. And favoritism seems to be overriding the need for accountability. The only way for the amended demolition ordinance to keep the community safe is by enforcement. Yes, the public should report demolition violations, but the city also must enforce the ordinance fairly. Also, the requirement to mitigate hazardous dust at demolition sites was supposed to be built into the demolition ordinance. When one purchases a permit, that requirement comes with the purchase. Finally, on the days of the mentioned illegal demolition, there were people nearby at public locations being exposed to the hazards. That was not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is William Lovelace. Yep, Bill.
I'm asleep. Is this mic on?
Yes.
First of all, I want to thank Councilor Vanessa for sending me the download of the meeting on Monday. I used the doctor's portion of that for my 48 employees this morning, and 8 people who were unvaccinated, 3 chose to get vaccinated. So thank you. I'll move on to, I've worked out a deal with Hinsman on the fire department. The person that stood at this podium on Monday and used my name was totally wrong. Violated my rights because that discussion never took place between me and him. So for somebody to use my name to get a vote out of a counselor because he didn't know because he trusts me is wrong. Then I'll move on to Gail Atkins. How she was treated here Monday was disrespectful, especially by one of your counselors who got up and stomped around and walked around. Should be sanctioned at a minimum. You know who he is? I know who he is. Terrible. No citizen should be treated that way. Secondly, I'm afraid you're going to see a lot more of me. Things that happen in this council, and by the way, my wife didn't know I was coming tonight. And that's how it's been before. She votes her conscience, I speak my conscience. And my conscience is that we're making some mistakes at this council right now. The presentation by the city employee regarding fire and climate change. Why I gave you the articles that said there have been Cities burned in the early 1900s, Tillamook, Bandon, Astoria, all from forest fires. So climate change may be happening, but there's also historical evidence of the things happening before. Not mentioned at all in the presentation that was given you. And that has to be part of the presentation. All the facts need to be brought out, just not part of them, not what is good for the narrative that the person wants. So I'm your new watchdog, and you can thank me someday. Aaron already has, trust me. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Rika Brown.
I'm going to bed.
Good night.
Rika Brown, Grants Pass. I came to Grants Pass in the fall of 1984. I left it in the fall of '86. Our utility bill was about $25, $20 for water, $5 for sewer. It got up to $26 with summer watering. It seemed like we had thunder showers every weekend of that summer. In the spring of '86, we were told that we were in drought. Don't water lawns or wash cars. We had 100 days without rain that summer. In '86 was the year that I kept hearing two new memes all through the media: global warming and conserve fresh water. I bought them both at the same time. I returned to Grants Pass in '99 and became a professional gardener. My utility bill was about $35 in winter and up to $75 in summer. The base rate for water was only $12. Sewer was $20. Water units were the rest. In 2006, Grants Pass started tiered water pricing with an $8 base rate and a much higher unit rates. My water bill nearly doubled. My city customers started to let part of their properties go dry. In '08, staff told the city council that they needed to raise the base rate from $9 to $12 to pay the overhead and stabilize the rates, because people had cut back so much on watering. The council did, but rates did not stabilize because people were cutting back more. High unit rates do that. In 2013, I did a study of summer temperature and rainfall in Grants Pass over the previous 30 years. It showed that Grants Pass had lost almost an inch of summer rain per decade. In the '80s, we had bigger rain events in July and August, the middle of the irrigation season, than in June and September. That reversed in the '90s and reversed further in the aughts when we got tiered rates. Monthly maximum temperatures took a slight dip in the '90s, but climbed in the aughts. I began to see the conjoined conspiracy around global warming and rate-rationed water. Memes didn't spread that easily before the internet, but these two ideas were suddenly everywhere. That took a lot of money and clout in '86. The movement to tax carbon was noisy and controversial. My apologies.
Thank you, Rika.
You can read the rest.
Thank you. All right, opportunity to review public comment. Brian, then Vanessa.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the public for sticking in there tonight. Thank you.
Vanessa?
I was also going to thank everyone for sticking around until almost 11 o'clock at night, so thank you. I do appreciate that. And to Mr. Lovelace, I did want to defend our Public Works Director. When he made the statement about cities burning down, I do believe he said in his lifetime memory, I don't think he was disputing the validity of a city ever burning down from a fire.
All right. Julie, did we receive any emails?
So many. All right, you got 5 emails regarding COVID vaccinations, 6 emails about mask mandates, 1 email about fire safety and preparedness, 3 emails in support of a climate advisory committee or task force, 4 emails about the homeless and camping in parks, 2 emails in support of an urban campground, 1 email against the proposed reconfiguration of G Street, 1 email about water and sewer rates, 1 email against the construction excise tax, 1 email about Oregon's new education law and graduation requirements, 1 email asking to add the Rogue River Corridor to the city's fireworks hazardous area, and a thank you message from Common Connections regarding the RISE grant. There were many emails about the social services, but we've already covered that, so no point in going there, correct? All right. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. All right, consent agenda. Items of such a routine nature or without controversy that they may be approved with a single action. Take it away, DJ. I think so, yes.
All right, allow me to read all of these in painstakingly long detail. Just kidding. So there's a resolution providing financial assistance to Grants Pass Silvering Center, a resolution creating a position of parking enforcement officer, and amending the classification plan, and there are motions approving minutes of council meeting, bikeways and walkways, and committee on public art. With that, I make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Is there a second? Valerie? All right, DJ, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
All right. Matters from mayor, council, and staff. I will kick it off here with a quick note that I received an update on the DMO, that they met yesterday with their search firm. They had received more than 50 candidates, and the search firm pared it down to 10 for them to review. They're going to be doing some Zoom interviews with some of those candidates before doing in-person interviews, and they were pretty stoked about the quality of the candidates for the DMO. I don't know what they're calling that position exactly, but executive director, thank you. So some good news there. Thank you for your support on the letter to the commissioners, as well as your patience with the lengthy presentations this week. Kind of a downer way to start our meeting, hearing about the public health situation, but obviously it's a super critical event in our community, and I thought it was important that we help get the word out to the citizens. So thank you for that, and I will turn it over to council. Any comments? Valerie?
Yeah, I do just have a comment. This Friday, you can mask up but go out. It's Lemonade Day, and the Chamber of Commerce is banding with Boys and Girls Club, and they have an economic activity where kids have built lemonade stands, and they're going to be placed around town outdoors, and they're going to be selling lemonade between 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock on Friday. So if you see children at a stand, stop and give them some business.
Thank you. Rob?
Yeah, I don't, the only reason I'm bringing this up kind of publicly is because I tried to work it out a different way, but it didn't seem to work. So I'm going to talk about email malfunctions, my mayor council email, or I should say my personal, not my personal, my council email. And like tonight, I noticed locked in my spam, there was 2 emails about an issue we were talking about tonight that I can't retrieve. I can't go back. I just see that they're locked, and there's no way for me to open it. I've talked to IT about it, and they've acknowledged, yeah, there's no way for me to open it. Only they can open it. Well, that didn't really help me tonight. It would have been nice to see those. There was actually an email that I sent from my personal account, which I've sent, to mayor council many times over the years. I sent it to myself. That was locked in my spam. So I just think that, we got to fix this. This is crazy. And it's been going on and off since the day I was on the council. So I just, I would have liked to have known what the citizens were trying to communicate to me tonight before I had to vote on an issue. And that's kind of what pushed me over the edge to want to talk to tonight, is my frustration at this point after talking to IT many times about it. I mean, I also get double emails for no reason. Just about everything from public safety comes through twice. I have no idea why. They've asked, I've tried to work with IT about it. They, haven't solved that problem. That's not a big deal because at least I get the information. But when I don't get information in a timely manner on something I'm about to vote on, it's got to be changed, Aaron. You got to fix it.
Do you want to respond?
Sure. I have a meeting with the IT director, and we are going to be addressing that issue, try and figure out a way to make that easier for you to receive emails and still protect the city.
Yeah, I've been complaining about it as well. I have emails that I send to people and they reply back and I don't get the reply. But if you come to a city computer, you can receive them. So obviously that's a hassle, but if you really want it, you can get it. Anybody else? Brian?
I hope that's not the final solution, because I was actually going to bring that up too. I think it's pretty widespread, but I had a whole list of things that I'm not going to go over tonight because it's late. But the one thing that I do want to bring up is at our Monday meeting, there was some confusion around procedure about how we handle maybe public comment or guest speakers. And I know that we have a procedure that we use. And if council wants to change that procedure, that's fine. I just want us to follow whatever the procedure is. And so I don't know if there's an appetite to change that, or if we just need to stick to procedure or what, but I just wanted to address that since it hasn't been discussed yet.
Valerie?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I know that was one of the things when we talked about transparency and during the election time, that was like one of the big things, is that, people aren't allowed to speak, and, so that was a real issue. And we've had various discussions about it, on and off, but I think that in this particular incident, I happen to know, as well as DJ, just how knowledgeable this person happened to be about the particular subject. And it's not something that comes up all the time. We've had the discussion of somebody comes up to say something, can we ask them a question, to just ask more? I don't think it's as big an issue as it seems to have been made out to be, and that's my opinion.
I'll tell you, as the person running the meetings, I feel it's an extremely big issue. I'm put in the position of enforcing your rules, whether that's cutting people off at the 3-minute mark or allowing them to speak at all. It's certainly uncomfortable to be able to, have to tell a member of the public that they can't speak, but I don't want to make on-the-spot decisions about who's qualified or who knows who and who doesn't. If we want to make arrangements ahead of time, either to always allow public comment during workshops or to allow particular people or groups to be part of the official presentation, to me that would be a much better way of handling it, because I find it personally extremely disrespectful. First of all, I have to tell the person, that we can't have public comment, and then you overrule me. And I didn't appreciate it one single bit. So if we want to change the rule going forward, that would be fantastic. Otherwise, I hope you will support me when I have to make those hard calls, because it is uncomfortable to tell people to stop. Rob?
Well, I think that we should spend some amount of time, not very much, at our earliest convenience and just decide what our rule is going to be going forward. Are we going to actually just maintain it the way it is? Are we going to, decide that if 2 or 3 counselors wanted to hear from somebody, that we would? That way the mayor would know that there's potential for flexibility, and she could just turn to the council. Is it yay or nay on this person? or we're going to stick with what we have and there's no-go on Mondays. But I think we can spend a short time deciding what we want to do with that. I've got one other thing I want to mention sort of along those lines, but I'll stop in case anyone else wants to comment on this issue.
Well, we could add that conversation to an agenda for another day.
So on a related issue, I feel that our committee and commission chairs and volunteers put in a lot of time, not as much as we do, well, sometimes more, but I think when they're to speak here on a Monday where there's an issue, I think we should try to accommodate and have them their issue be at the top of the agenda rather than them having to necessarily sit here for an hour or two or three for them to basically help us talk for 5 or 10 minutes and help us with a decision. So I think it's a matter of respect to anyone that we're inviting to speak, to, again, our committee and commission chairs to help us. They should be automatically that issue should automatically be towards the top of the agenda, in my opinion.
In reference to what happened Monday, we did have guest audience members for each of the items ahead of the particular situation that you're referencing. So it's unfair to them as well to change the agenda on the spot and make them wait longer. It's a tough situation.
Well, I've never known that's been our policy. I've never seen us try to put committee and commission chairs towards the top of the meeting or closer to the top of the meeting. We can do what we want, but if we want their help, it would make sense to actually act like we want their help.
We have been trying to put, in general, when we have a guest, whether they're a volunteer or paid or whatever, when we know that somebody's going to be coming, we do try to put those ahead of things that are just our staff, and sometimes I have moved things on the spot as well. So it is something we're aware of, and we just weren't able to accommodate this Monday. Anybody else? Vanessa?
Yeah, I have two things. I would like to hopefully end the meeting on a message of unity and kind of share a little story. I know you guys are thinking, ugh, a story. I'll make it quick, I promise. So last fall, I was doing some volunteer organizing after the devastation of the Alameda fire. And I had donation supplies in my car, and I was ready to drop them off to the volunteer. And I texted them and said, "Can I drop off supplies at the ranch gate?" And I got a reply, "You have the wrong number." And I said, "Okay, I'm sorry, thank you." And I got a reply from the wrong number saying, "But if it's for fire victims, I'm interested in helping." And I wanted to share that this evening because that made me proud to live in this community, and it made me proud to know how we are able to come together in the face of disaster. And although this individual and I were complete strangers, we were both working towards this common good to help other complete strangers. So I'm hoping that the community can come together in this same way during the COVID-19 infection peak that we are experiencing and that we will continue to experience for the next couple of weeks, that although our hills are not on fire, I'm hoping that moving forward we can continue to treat each other with the same patience and kindness that we would as if they were. And also, we've beat our record time for our latest meeting.
Thank you. Further counsel? Joel?
I just had a quick thank you. I work with a group of men, and sometimes they share their personal story with us. There's been several of them that have been homeless, and they've been helped by individuals in the community that took them into their home. And over the last 5 years, and to a person, they are doing good. So that personal accountability and that personal caring goes a long ways.
Thank you. Valerie?
I just want to say, as I was driving through town today, the flower baskets look awesome. And I was so impressed because they're so awesome, and it has been so hot and smoky, and it just made my day. So thank you. Nice job.
All right. Are there any comments from staff?
Just wanted to make note that this is Adam's last official city council business meeting as finance director. He will be continuing as an accountant for the city and attending and you'll hear his voice from up above as he attends remotely.
Wow, Adam. Well, we got like 2 meetings in one tonight just for you. So thanks for your service, and we will miss you and look forward to hearing your voice from above.
Adam, did I see a mustache under that mask tonight? Is that happening?
Awesome. All right. Well, we were supposed to be trying to leave on a positive note, and good luck with whatever you do next, Adam. All right, anything else, guys?
Counselor, did you have something? You had your hand. I just wanted to share that, as you all know, I'm super proud of the men and women of Grants Pass Department of Public Safety. And for the second year in a row, 2 of our officers won 2 state awards. Officer Stuart Jennings won the Drug Recognition Expert of the Year award, and he'll be given that award in a couple weeks. And Detective Shaylee Marshall, the Driving Under the Influence of Alcohol Trainer of the Year award. So it's a pretty big deal. And in fact, the state representative actually shared with me that if you didn't know, Grants Pass is a big deal. So I was pretty impressed with that.
That's awesome. Thank you.
I just want to remind everybody that we will be on site Monday at 11. Hopefully we'll see all of you there. If not, we will see you up here at 11:45 to go start talking about phase 1 services for the water filtration plant. We're really excited, but we want to get you out there. You'll get to meet the design build team, look at some giant piles of concrete and a big hole in the ground, and it'll be pretty fun. So Monday at 11.
Great. I think my pal DJ over here has something to say.
I move to adjourn.
Is there a second? Vanessa, thank you. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? All right, just thought I'd ask. Have fun on the tour next Monday. Good night.